Alright. Yeah, we live. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Yes, sir. Welcome, 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 welcome. Yes. To another episode of Hotep History Live. Come on, man. Come on through. Yes, sir. How y'all doing? Dizanes. But they ain't fucking with the Blizzanes. Got me feeling like could kill a man, but I'd rather kill a baseline. They turn their noses up. Come on. Got your high off both drugs, audio. Get your cardio and all the bro. Pockets double stuff Oreos. In the morning, no. Come on, man. Baby, don't put your weed up for me. How you running your mouth, leading your friends, tell me, come on. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on through. We got another one. Yeah. How y'all doing? How was your weekend? Talk to me. Better than going there blindly. Fools get ejected. Blown in the hot like the canvas top on what I'm driving now. If they not about, roll another one for the ride. That's all you, nigga, I'm out. Even when I was a broke nigga, bitches paid attention. Even when I was a broke nigga, bitches paid attention. Come on now. Let's do it. How y'all doing? Listen, I'm gonna let y'all know off top. If we experience any technical difficulties, it's all good. It's all good. We're gonna get it taken care of. Don't trip. Oh man. Come on, y'all. Come on now. This is the life. Come on, man. I can't complain, man. I can't complain. Man. What a weekend. How was your weekend, man? Yeah, man. Come on through. Come on through. I love that y'all are getting used to this. Don't think I don't know this. Don't think I don't know this. You guys getting used to this. We're getting comfortable with the scheduling. And I told y'all before that we are going to be starting earlier just because I want to be able to have more time. Today, I took a long nap. I'm not going to lie to you. I was up working. All last night. I literally broke day working. I broke day working to bring you this. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest video in the Hotep History Patreon backlog or the Patreon's feed dashboard, however you want to call it. The latest feature in Hotep History. Okay, and it's pretty interesting. I worked on it. Took me few weeks to work on it, about pretty much the month of October. And this is the small little trailer for it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, man.
The breaking point came in 1961. King officially made his move to oust Jackson from the NBC presidency. Here's what went down. The convention floor is packed with hundreds of ministers. Tensions hang in the air. Gardner Taylor has been nominated to run against Jackson. The reformers want a vote. Jackson's supporters control proceedings. Taylor leads several hundred ministers towards the platform. They form what witnesses would later call a, quote, flying wedge, a wedge-shaped formation pushing through the crowd. Their goal, storm the platform and demand a voting procedure that gives them a fair chance. Jackson's supporters see them coming. They move to block the approach. The wedge hits the line of Jackson's supporters. Shouting erupts, shoving begins, then the shoving turns into pushing. Then the pushing turns into fighting. Dozens of fistfights break out across the convention floor. Ministers are punching ministers, men of the cloth throwing blows. The crowd surges, bodies press together, arms swing wildly. On the platform, the fight intensifies. Reverend Arthur G. Wright, an elderly pastor from Detroit, a respected man, an onlooker, gets caught in the chaos. Someone shoves, someone pushes back. Wright loses his balance and he falls from the stage. He hits the ground hard. His skull fractures on impact. The fighting continues around him. Hours pass while the brawl rages on. Fists keep flying, more shouting, more chaos. Finally, the mayor of Kansas City arrives with the riot police. They push into the convention hall. The police begin quieting the crowd. Slowly, order is restored. 2 days later, Reverend Arthur G. Wright dies from his injuries. When the convention reconvenes, Reverend Jackson wins the election handedly. His first act, remove Martin Luther King Jr. from his position as vice president of the NBC's National Sunday School and Baptist Training Union. Jackson releases a statement blaming King. He says King masterminded the invasion of the convention floor. He said the disrespectful law of the freedom movement has opened the door for criminals. He says too many preachers have the cloth on the outside, but don't have the gospel on the inside.
There we go. So, that is the latest trailer for the latest feature that we have on the Hotep History Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. Just, look at the link here. Yes, this is titled The Feud Between Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This is something that was put on my radar earlier this year by Chad O. Jackson. He has his entire MLK project documentary series that he's releasing now. Super dope. I'm gonna give a whole review on the episodes when everything is all said and done. So I'll let you guys know just my take on it and whatnot. But it's great information. And so I learned about Joseph H. Jackson and all of the things that he did for Black America during the time, how big and huge of a figure he was during this time, and just this battle, this feud, this war that they had between them was extremely interesting to me. I found some studies, a study about it and other different resources about it. So I figured I would just make a dope ass documentary about it real quick. It's about 50 minutes long. You know what I'm saying? They saying something's going on with my sound. What's happening with the sound? Uh-oh. Hold on. They're saying I'm distorted. It don't say it doesn't say anything is wrong. Everything is firing on all cylinders on my end. It still sound distorted? Let me know, chat. I don't want to get the rambling and it sound crazy. You feel me? Let me know. Where we at? Alright. Let me double check all the platforms and make sure that I'm still streaming on all of them. Because sometimes the connection will just drop out of nowhere. Says it sounds like it's coming through the laptop mic rather than your external mic. Really? Let me get to the bottom of that. How about now? How I sound now? Let me know. Do I sound good now? Am I straight? Do I sound better? Yo, yo. And I done switched the mic over. I never had to, but I figured, before we even get into it, make sure I'm sounding good. You feel me? How I'm sounding now, y'all? Let me know. All right, copy. Oh, okay. Turn up the mic a bit. Yo, yo. You. How we sounding, man? We gotta come in loud and clear. We gotta come in loud and clear this evening. Hopefully I'm coming in much better, pause. Gotta make sure I'm coming in clear. All right, we good. We back. All right. So officially, obviously, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes, representing Hotep Nation to the fullest. Shout out to everybody in Hotep Nation, everybody, all my Hoteps, Hotep to all my Hoteps. This weekend was so incredible. It was so much that went down. When it came down to the Hotep History podcast. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon for that too. We had a discussion about protesting versus pragmatism, and we cover all of the bases. A lot of it was largely due to the Joseph H. Jackson and the Martin Luther King video or documentary that I was working on, and I was just looking at the two different approaches and wanted to have a conversation about it. And so I thought it was super dope. Everybody came up, gave their perspectives and stuff like that. Shout out to everybody that came through, Rashad. And then there's one dude that came through, and boy, he was just talking. Listen, one of the things I understand about people who get on stages, on spaces, like frequently, like who do it several times a week or just more than once a week, we enjoy hearing ourselves speak. I will 100% admit that. I'm not one of those people who like hates the sound of their voice or anything like that. I always have, admitted that. And there's varying degrees to it. But this one dude that came into my space, like he really just wanted to hear himself speak. For real. Like he's one of those people who wanted to make sure that he was dropping knowledge and shit like that. And one of the things is like when you're desperately trying to get people to believe what you have to say or to adhere to what you got to say, that just speaks to how weak whatever it is you have to say is. If you have to really if you get frustrated because people don't agree with you, if you get frustrated that people are not like talking or thinking just like you, that means you're not really solid on what you believe. It's indicative of you not actually, living it, and you wouldn't live it if other people didn't believe it. You're only basing this off of you wanting to change the minds of people and not you wanting to live it yourself. And I noticed that with a lot of people. And so they fire off all of these different conspiracies and stuff like that are not really grounded in any type of primary or secondary source for that matter. It's usually tertiary sources that you've, brought together to try to, make this claim. This dude was going off. I don't even want to care. I ain't gonna front. I really don't even care to repeat some of the stuff that he was saying, but I won't lie. It made for a good conversation just because, again, I can listen to what you have to say without me agreeing with you, without me like being susceptible to it or succumbing to it. I could just listen to what you have to say. And that's what I did. I let him speak. Well, once him and his brother got a little out of pocket, had to check that. But outside of that, I let everybody get their stuff off. As long as everybody remains respectful and everything is above board, then you find, you cool to speak. Yeah. So that happened. That was a great conversation. We talked for a few hours, so you definitely want to tap into that.
Obviously, I'm on the side of if I got to choose one or the other, because I know a lot of people like to just choose both. You feel me? But if I had to choose one or the other, I would obviously choose the pragmatism. The pragmatism is what I've seen work time and time again. If you're looking at like the Booker T. Washingtons of the world, if you're looking at different men and women who were focused on actually building institutions, maintaining and sustaining institutions, you'll have a lot of those people, industrious people, commercial, professional, like these types of people, be on the side of pragmatism or practicality just based upon how they view the world. As a business owner, as somebody who is in charge of an institution, as somebody who is in charge of a medical practice or a dentist practice or whatever it is, you have to be pragmatic in the way that you do things. Now, there are going to be certain things that are going to cause you to think outside of the box and stuff like that to be able to get to a particular solution. But by and large, you're going to want to, have the most common sense approach to most things. Whether it be marital issues or, things going on inside the home, whether it be something in business, whether it be something in politics, economics, whatever it is, you're going to want to go with the more replicable method, something that can be repeated by different people in different intervals in their lives. And that's the reason why I like the whole self-sufficiency thing. It's such a big thing for the ancestors because anybody can do this. You don't have to have the highest IQ. You don't need to have the most money. You don't have to be born in a particular status or anything like that. No, like having these skills is the bare minimum skills of what it takes to be a sufficient, self-sufficient human being on this earth in the American context. I'm pretty sure in other contexts too around the world, but specifically America, these are going to be the skills that you're going to need to make sure that you don't die out here, that you don't starve, okay, that you don't freeze to death. That's going to be the things that are going to, push Black American advancement as far as the foundational principles, morals, and all that other stuff. The ancestral Black American ethos is going to be embedded or centered around pragmatism and practicality because we have to prescribe this to millions of people. And the more niche it becomes, the more complex it becomes, the more, let's just say specific it becomes, the less it can be adhered to at that point. And that's the reason why, like, you'll have a bunch of people now who make it their business to make things as complicated as possible, to make it as complex as possible. And they'll approach it, or they'll mask it with, good faith. Like, oh, I'm just talking about intersectionality, or I'm just talking about all of these other niche issues that's going on inside of the community. But then you'll see when they start speaking about it, it's at the expense of the out group. It's at the expense of the people who don't live that lifestyle, don't think that way, and now all of a sudden you're an enemy to the whole if you don't agree with this part. And that's where, again, it goes against actual Black American advancement. You want to radically, change the minds and bodies of dozens of millions of people in this country, and you don't care who it hurts or who it harms off the strength of your own personal ideologies. And this is kind of what Sun was doing on the space yesterday. Like, he was telling people that, like, you need to, as far as Black American advancement, adopt communism and stuff like that. Like, he had his own ideas, and that's fine. Like, you can find your tribe, find like-minded people that you can build your communes with and, live the way you want to live. But when it comes down to prescribing things, okay, when it comes down to being able to suggest a particular lifestyle or suggest particular solutions, methods, routes to take, et cetera, it has to be easily replicable. You should be able to duplicate it. You should be able to do it, run these experiments over and over again and still have a consistent level of success. And that is the reason why, as far as all of the governmental opposition that Black Americans have ever faced, they wanted you to stop being independent producers. That was the main opposition. Breaking up your family is going to do that. Disenfranchising communities are going to do that. Taking jobs away and sending them across seas are going to do that. Like, they're doing their best to turn you guys into dependent consumers at all cost. And this is regardless of race. Every race is dealing with this, but again, in the Black American context, they're going to do specific things to Black America, specific things to white America, specific things to, Hispanic Americans, et cetera, et cetera. So, and this is the reason why, when it comes down to people looking at my pragmatism or my practicality as something that's like impeding on Black American progress, is because that type of stuff takes work. That type of stuff takes accountability and being able to actually take inventory of all of the things that we need, want, and are doing. And that's going to always be, that's always going to be an issue for a class of people or a group of people who have been brainwashed into believing that all your wants and needs are supposed to be provided by your government. And they frame it again in good faith, right? They guise it under good faith, like, oh, we have to take care of poor people, or we have to take care of this particular people. And it's like, yo, listen, man, I see all of these different things already. I've seen the ancestors solve these issues already. When it comes down to, you guys who have been tapped into the show for as long as I've been doing it, we've extensively talked about mutual aid societies, benevolent societies, how instrumental the Black American church was as far as Black American hunger or Black American clothing or Black American provisions or social safety nets. That's something that the community has always provided for itself. And so you have forsaken your own community to be able to get whatever provisions from the government. But of course, the governmental stipulations and the governmental things that they are demanding that you adhere to, you're fine with it because at least it's consistent, right? It comes every month or twice a month or whatever it is. But then shit like the government shutting down happens. Shit like that happens, and now, you see what we're dealing with when it comes to SNAP and with all of the food stamp recipients, regardless of race, because it's like, I understand that people are going to take this as a particular attack on your race and all of that other stuff. I don't necessarily look at it like that. I look at it as the government wanting to make sure that you guys are as dependent and as consuming as possible. And they want to reinforce that need, that dependence that you have on them. And that's how I view it. So in a time where, mutual aid societies and the membership dues or whatever would pay for your home care or pay for your health care or pay for surgeries and whatnot. Like, we've seen articles of the mutual aid societies providing free surgeries based upon the mutual aid society's coffers and the membership dues being paid, which is no different than the taxes that you would necessarily pay into the system. So again, when it comes down to looking out for our own, it's not some far-fetched idea that I'm pulling out of the sky. It's not some shit that is super hard to replicate or duplicate. And that's the reason why I go as hard as I do. I'm not saying that you can't use the government for your advantage. What I am saying is that you shouldn't do that at the expense of you doing for yourself and then your community being able to do for itself and do for each other. Because then it just takes away too many fundamental principles of what it means to be an American, what it means to be, a Black American specifically. And that's the reason why I stand on the things that I stand on as far as limited government and, all of this anti-government overreach, because it extracts your humanity in a way that I don't think a lot of people really realize. Like, people literally are now walking around believing that if the government doesn't feed them, that they're going to starve. And this is the shit when it comes down to people talking about communism and shit like that. That's pretty much the mindset of people living under communism. By and large, and how it's executed, it's like, if the government does not provide the bread, does not provide the grain, does not provide whatever, protein source or whatever, I'm going to perish. I'm going to die. And we are in a country where you have the ability to own as many acres of land as you can afford and be able to grow whatever you want to grow to sustain yourself. And that includes crops that turn themselves, into other things like textiles, clothing, et cetera, et cetera. So when you have all of this abundance around you, you have all of this abundance, in your own homeland, and your government has convinced you that there is nothing here, that everything that you are getting it should be coming from them. And that is the reason why I stand against that,
because the ancestors stood against this. The ancestors didn't begrudge being self-sufficient. It's something that they prided themselves on. So the pragmatism and the practicality are things that I'm going to just resonate with more and more. Now that doesn't mean that protesting has no place. Obviously it does. I just think that if you are going to protest, you still need to have the foundational principles that will guide you in the proper way. Because if not, if you don't have those foundational principles, you're going to be convinced by the government that you need the government, and it's not the other way around. The government doesn't make any money. The government doesn't do anything necessarily productive for the American people outside of protecting our borders barely and all this other shit. You feel me? Like, that's your money. It's taxpayer money. So it's like, I would much rather you guys be more civically engaged to be able to hold your local politicians accountable and hold your state politicians and even your national too. Like, just holding all of these people accountable based upon what you know is due to you as an American citizen, as opposed to what you want to be given to you based upon you being an American citizen. And I think it's two different things. You know, having protections under the law, you know, making sure things are constitutional, making sure things like you're getting the corruption out of there and all of that. And then even in the interim, if there are going to be certain things like, like your tax dollars going to, you know, renovating a park or renovating a school or doing anything that's actually going to be productive in that place. I just look at that as investing in the infrastructure of America. You feel me? Like, I'm not gonna say I don't understand, but I don't agree with sending all of this money across the world and then we still have the issues that we have in America. And I'm not sitting here, I'm not one of those people that believe that money is going to like solve all of our issues. It's not what it is. But again, being able to unify as far as private citizens, unifying under your mutual progress, your mutual benefit, and not relying on the government for that to happen and only relying on that government to secure your rights as an American citizen to make it happen, I think that we have a better outcome. I think that relying on my neighbor as opposed to relying on the government is going to be the better thing to do. Ultimately, that's just how I look at it. So let's check the chat. It's already 8:30. Make sure you guys are subscribing to all of the things. Patreon, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and then of course TikTok, posting daily. I'm gonna be posting clips of the documentary. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff. I got a whole new scripted video that I'm going to be dropping soon. I talked about it. I stayed up till about 7 a.m. this morning to finish the video, and I said I wasn't resting until I got the job done. And once I finished the video, I was like, okay, the job is done. Now it's time to go back to work. That's how I look at this stuff, man. I want to always be cranking out, a bunch of, you know, Black American historical content for you guys. So, yeah, as soon as I was done working, we got right back to work. You know what I'm saying? Take a little smoke break, take a little beverage break, you know, hit the mug, right? And then we right back to it. Let's see what the chat got to say. We already talking in here. Let's see what we got. Sammy says, what's good, Crystal? Hope all is well. Hotep to the room. Hotep to Sammy. Look at you. Look at the community we're building. I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of all my Hotep historians, man. I love the community that we're building here. Let's see. Crystal says, bro was trying to get you to co-sign communism. He clearly has never heard you speak on that. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's what these guys want. Like, they want cosigns. They want people just to agree with them. They don't really even care about execution. They don't care about actually getting these things done. They don't care about actually manifesting this stuff in the physical. They just want people to ideologically agree with them, to have all of these different, like, you know, intellectual circle jerks and shit like that. Pause, where everybody gets to just bounce off of how smart everybody is and shit like that, but not tangibly making anything happen. And that's what it's about. It's a bunch of just ideologies in one room, and that's it. If you listen to it on the Patreon, you'll hear his brother in the background talking like, oh, you don't even need, why are you wasting your time talking to them? Like, these dudes think they're like so heads and shoulders above the rest of us, but then have not accomplished or don't own anything that's of note. that don't own anything that's actually going to help whatever cause that they have. You dig what I'm saying? See, I have tangible results of the things that I have done over the years. Okay, the books that I've written, the dialogues that I've had, the meetings that I've had, like people coming up to me, people in my DMs being like, "Yo, thank you for this book," or "Thank you for this knowledge," or "Thank you, I looked into this, I looked into that." Like my work has been covered among college students. I've been cited by college students and stuff like that. So it's like when it comes down to the things that I'm doing, it's tangible. You dig? Not to mention Hotep Nation and all of the other stuff that we got going on. And trust me, I have a whole physical plan for Hotep history. So again, when it comes down to stuff, you got to really want to actually have it impact people, something that they can reach out and touch, something that they can actually be, positively affected by. And a lot of these people don't want that. They just want to be able to talk about what they believe all of the time. And while I love talking about what I believe, you know what I'm saying? There are things that I'm actually doing. There are physical things that I am actually doing to make sure that I'm bringing this stuff home. As you guys know, I'm going to be teaching a Hotep history based. I'm creating a curriculum to teach the actual young people, like in real life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when it comes down to all of this stuff, man, like, if you're really serious about wanting to make something happen based upon what you believe, you got to actually put it out there. You got to actually, have it be held up to scrutiny. You got to be brave enough to go through what everybody else goes through when it comes down to presenting new ideas and shit like that. So no, I reject everything that son was saying. He tried to marry his point to mine by saying, yeah, everything that you're saying is communism. And it's like, it's absolutely not. It's absolutely not. But again, it was more about having somebody agree with him and tell him how smart he is than it was to actually have a discourse and being able to, come to some type of common ground. You just wanted somebody to be like, well, fuck whatever I was thinking, bro. Everything that you're saying is the gospel, golden truth, and I just need to be following that. And that's just bonkers. I would never, ever be a blind follower of anybody. And y'all know, I tell y'all all of the time, go read the sources that I share. Go read them. Don't just take my word for it. That's so whack. That's so whack. I've seen that happen too many times where people are blindly following people, blindly following them. And it'd be so funny. The irony in it is that these motherfuckers be like, the people that get blindly followed be the people that's leading these people the most astray. I think that I'm relatively on point with the things that I say week in and week out here on this program, but I don't even want you to blindly follow me. I don't think that I'm inaccurate in most of the things that I say. 90+%. I don't think that I'm incorrect at all. I don't think that I'm perfect at all. I'm pretty sure that I've gotten something wrong or some things wrong, but I don't think my overall message is wrong at all, actually. And I still don't want you to blindly follow me. As a matter of fact, it would actually help me if you didn't, because then I'll be able to figure out where I am wrong and then be able to patch that up. It's no different than y'all telling me that I sounded crazy earlier on the program. If y'all was blindly following me, I could do no wrong, and there's nothing to even challenge. And so, again, for me, when it comes to respect and all of that, yeah, it's a dictatorship. You're not going to be able to disrespect me at all. But when it comes down to like ideas that I'm espousing based upon my scholarship and stuff like that, if you have a different opinion, if you have a different level of scholarship, I'm willing to hear you out. It's only when motherfuckers get disrespectful and get all condescended and shit like that to where I'll be like, all right, well, we could definitely fight about it instead. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. So let's check the chat again. Sammy says, Sonny brought up a similar dichotomy, how Kaepernick should have prioritized his career, after which he could have done all of the activism he wanted. He had a once in a lifetime opportunity wasted for people who still watch the NFL. Again, pragmatism over protesting. Pragmatism over protesting. It's really that simple. You need to be able to use your common sense. In what space do you think you'll be better to help out whatever injustices that are going down in the NFL? Before you get to a particular bag and get to a particular level of influence inside of this faction, or after you've gotten all of these accolades and all this other stuff to now where you can move and shake inside of the NFL and not just be this person who just disrupts, because that's what everybody in this tech age that we're in, it's all about disruption, right? That's what Uber did. That's what Uber Eats and DoorDash did. That's what all of these different apps and all these different Silicon Valley, companies did. They disrupted the industry. You know what I'm saying? Disrupt. And it's like, it's cool if you're going to actually, be a benefit. Now, we can go back and forth about how beneficial those apps truly are, but whatever, but at least they provide a service. When you're disrupting something and then you don't replace it immediately with something that people can actually hold on to, like an Uber or a DoorDash or something like that, then you are now just the guy out there flailing. You know what I'm saying? You're just treading water and shit like that, and you're not really making any progress. So the key to the disruption shit is that if you're going to disrupt, you have to have somebody, again, that people can adhere to almost immediately after you disrupt it. Because if not, you're just wasting everybody's time. You just blew this shit up for no reason. You dig what I'm saying? So again, if I want to make a change, yes, I am going to think of all of the different ways that I can make this happen before I just burn shit down, or I just turn everything upside down and all that other shit. Because that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater at that point, and now you got to completely rebuild. And so to go into these situations with a destructive mindset where you're like, I'm just going to burn this shit down, we're going to dismantle the system and all this other shit, is cool if you actually know how to build a system. If you actually know how to build a nation, then you can crumble whatever you want. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people are still depending on the system while saying they need to dismantle the system. Like you essentially want the system to self-destruct, because funny enough, the system has been making you self-destruct. That's the reason why you are in the headspace that you're in. You've been self-destructing since day one. And that's the reason why destruction resonates with these people and disruption resonates with these people so much, because they haven't constructed anything. They're not creative people. They're not optimistic people. They're not people who actually want to build something. They just want to be able to reap the benefits of the building. They want to reap the benefits of all of these pre-established structures, institutions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the reason why they don't want to start from scratch. None of these communists want to start from scratch. For what? You got all of these different banks. You got all of this money. You have all of these different institutions, these buildings and structures and all that other shit. Let's just dismantle this shit, or reconfigure it, remix it under our shit. We just gonna make it communist, or we gonna make it Marxist, or we gonna make it, whatever ideological bullshit that we got. But all of this stuff was largely built upon some type of like God first, family second, conservative values. And I'm not saying that bats 1,000, but I will say that as far as Black America, especially for Black American advancement, that is largely what you're going to see. A bunch of Christian conservatives who were self-sufficient, who understood the importance of education and family, who understood the importance of having a relationship with God, who understood the importance of community and being able to rely on your neighbor, and your neighbor being able to rely on you, and you understanding that you need to provide all of your essential needs on this earth that God gave you. People was screaming about, oh, food is free and all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, for people who work for it. Yeah, God gave you all of the bounty. He gave you all of the seeds that you need. He gave you all of the things that you need from nature, but you still got to work it. You're not about to just lay, in the grass, in the fields all day, just eating berries and shit like that. Like, no, you have to work for all of these things. So while, yes, it's abundant, you still got to make it happen. And a lot of people don't want to do that. They just want to walk to where the blueberries are, you feel me, and be able to eat it. They just want to be able to walk to where things are already established, already ready for them, and then burn it down to the ground. I'm praying for New York, man, because that Zohan dude or whatever, I don't really get into like politics like that. That's not my bag. I'm not politically inclined as much as people might think I am. I'm really not. I'm really not that interested in politics whatsoever, to be totally G with you. I feel like it's a circus. Because people are not thinking clearly. People are not thinking pragmatically or practically. It's all about ideological, differences and being able to stick it to the other side of the aisle. And it's a bunch of nonsense. And I really don't like to get involved in it. So I just vote for my self-interest and keep it pushing. I think that's what we all should be doing, but I digress. So what I'm seeing with New York City with this socialist Muslim dude is like I'm seeing a lot of the anti-American, like I'm talking about American people, anti-American people sentiment, and it's giving way. And a lot of people, again, they love the disruption, they love the destruction, they love all of that shit. So they think, voting for this guy is going to be some type of net good for New York, but I don't think so at all. I think it's going to really hurt them. But, everybody who's able to vote is an adult. So if that's what they choose, that's what they choose. Let's see what else. Sammy says, pragmatically protect your craft, capitalism, and then once secure, socially volunteer to help pull others up. And that's what I'm saying. Like, why does it have to be government backed? You feel me? Why does it have to be subsidized by the government? I've seen too many instances of private citizens just looking out for one another. You know what I'm saying? I was 11 years old when 9/11 happened. I seen all of the volunteer work. You know what I'm saying? I seen people just like chipping in. I seen people just giving a damn about their neighbor. And for that to be less realistic than relying on a governmental entity that has done everything in its power to show you that is untrustworthy, that is going to fuck you over, it's going to steal your money, it's going to do all of the worst things to you, but because of, the appeal to authority fallacy, you guys believe that whatever this entity is saying to you, it's somehow good for you. And that's for both sides of the aisle, because right now the Democrats are hating what the administration or the government is saying, but when Biden was in office, they weren't like that. And then when Biden was in office, all of the right-wing people were complaining about, the government control and all the other shit, but now they're not. Now this is what I voted for and all this other stuff, you feel me? But it's like your rights are still being infringed upon no matter who's in office. And you guys still keep believing that this is the way to go. And instead of you holding it down for your own self-interest and voting based upon that, and then making everybody uncomfortable, Democrats and Republicans, making them all uncomfortable and unsure where they're going to be able to get their support from, where they're going to be able to get their votes from, where they're going to be able to get these donations from, at least from private donors. Instead of doing that, y'all are just like, you treat these fucking people like they're sports teams. You treat it literally like sports. Go blue, go red. And it's like, they hate you. Like, what are you talking about? They absolutely hate you. They rob you. They pillage your tax dollars every day. They send your money to foreign lands that don't give a fuck about you. Like, they are funding wars. They're doing all of the worst shit with your bread, but you still like go blue, go red. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I don't care. I don't believe in none of that shit. I believe in the American people. I believe in freedom, nigga. I believe in liberty. I believe in my ability to get up and do what the fuck I want and need to do for myself and my family and my community every day. That's what I believe in. And then holding the government accountable for the shit that they need to be doing. That's how I do it. That way, that keeps the tyranny away. Gangster, that keeps the tyranny away. When motherfuckers know that you're not relying on them like that, like how many people can really, really buck up against the system if you relying on the system to feed you? You don't think that's crazy? That some of the most revolutionary minded people be the ones that like their entire lives are subsidized by the same system that they're against? That's insane. You just look like a rebellious child at that point. Crying, slamming the door, talking about, I hate it here. I can't wait till I grow up so I can move out and all this other shit. It's like, bro, all your food, your shelter, everything is coming from the government, the same government you despise so much. I be seeing it. I be seeing all of these different commies be talking about their disability checks and shit. They just be overweight. But they got the roto scooter and all that other shit. They pre-diabetic and all of these different reasons. And they could go to work, but they choose not to. And the government is incentivizing this because it's like, yo, that's one less person that I have to deal with actually holding me accountable. They too worried about getting whatever they can get from me. And I happily give it because at the end of the day, it's peanuts to me. It's just your money given back to you. So while I get to put a small fraction of your money back into your pockets based upon whatever subsidy that I give you. I sent the huge chunk of that shit to other parts of the world or other parts of this government that wants to be able to use it. Let's not forget that the Pentagon has failed audits for 6 years straight, trillions of dollars. Like they hate you. they dead ass hate you, G. I can't explain it any better than that. They hate your guts and they want you to know that shit. They want you to be sick and die. They want you to eat the worst foods. They want you to put seed oils and shit like that in your body. They want to project whatever images that are going to make you self-destruct, hate yourself, and all of that other shit. They want you mentally ill. They want you morbidly obese. They want you as dumb as possible because that just allows you to be a better sheep for them. You'll be able to follow marching orders a lot easier when you fat as hell and you dumb as hell. Because you don't want to physically or mentally do anything other than what you're told. That's what happens. If you've ever noticed, like, your journey, right? If you was on a weight loss journey, if you was on like a sugar fast, if you was on, instead of watching, all of the fucking brain rot TV, I'm starting to read this, that, and the third. Like, if you start to just take steps to better your life, you see how less governable you are. Like, dead ass, yo. The smarter you get, like I'm talking about like actual intelligence, the less a motherfucker can tell you what to think. The less a motherfucker can like psyop you into believing something you know not to be true because you read. You're intelligent. You're smart. So a motherfucker can't really get you like that. And when it comes down to physicality, if you working out every day and you building muscle and you getting the fat off your body and shit like that, there's not going to be habits that are going to be attractive to you that's going to make you go back to fucking your body up. And nobody can just tell you to move. Nobody can just make you move. That's what that whole be ungovernable shit is all about. It's not just some cool shit to say. It's about like literally the better you are as a human being, the harder it is to oppress you. The stronger you are, the more intelligent you are, the more equipped that you are, the better overall that you are, it makes it harder to oppress you. That's the reason why they didn't want slaves to read and write. It's the reason why they didn't want slaves to do a whole bunch of shit, because they know based upon that alone, you could liberate yourself. We saw the children's book by Bessie Lundgren, right? When she was talking about Booker T. Washington, and when he saw the free white girls, he was like, yo, I want that freedom. And then he saw a black man reading and writing. He was like, I want that intelligence. So I want the freedom that I see over here, and I want the intelligence that I see over here. Merge them together, okay? And now I'm Booker T. motherfucking Washington. You dig what I'm saying? So again, the more that you are able to improve yourself, the more that you're able to develop yourself, the less susceptible you are to somebody else's bullshit, especially the government. Because it's only but so much the government can do without showing its hand. It's almost impossible if we really pay attention. It's really hard if you are actually, paying attention to, and I'm not talking about watching every news channel and making sure that you understand every pundit's point. I'm not talking about that. When you understand that your rights as an American, when you understand what you actually want and need, as far as what it, as you as an American citizen and all of that other stuff, when the government comes now telling you like, hey, we're going to fucking make shit free, and you understand that free, as far as the government is concerned, just means higher taxes or just coming out of your pocket, then oh, this is some bullshit. But if you are dumb and you are lazy and you are relying on other people for your lifestyle, somebody telling you something is free, that shit sounds immediately positive. That sounds like some shit you should be tapping into. That sounds like some shit that you would want because it's less work for you. Not knowing, not really peeping that, this is just me charging you for the services that you are asking me for. Instead of you actually understanding that dynamic and relationship, which would then have you be like, well, shit, let me just fucking go into business for myself, or let me just provide for myself with my dollars, with my own dollars, and be against the because, I'm one of those cliche taxation and stuff type of guys. I understand that if we are in this tax system, that our taxes are not going to the things that American citizens actually, need and want. So my thing is, if you're going to use the taxes, if you're going to tax me, and they tax us to high heaven, if you're going to tax me, actually have it go to things that are going to better the lives of Americans. Okay? If not, then just let me keep my entire paycheck. Let me just keep all of my money, and then I'll be able to dictate what I want to do with my money. And again, going back to the mutual aid societies, charities, churches, all of this other stuff, we've always had social safety nets in our community. And I'll honestly be more inclined to subscribe to a pantry, or subscribe to a co-op, or subscribe to a church's, tithes and offerings. And I know that money is directly going into, the homes of people who need it, or people can always rely on these private institutions to be able to get the provisions that they need in times of need. That's just what it is. So for me, no. For big stuff, maybe. Because even then, the government, I be feeling like the bigger the issue, the better for them. Because they'll be able to fuck shit up like Katrina and how FEMA fucked everything up. You dig what I'm saying? But we're dealing with a huge disaster. We've seen about how the levees and how they pretty much directed the storm to a bunch of low-income Black American neighborhoods in New Orleans and shit like that. Like, we remember all of this. This is the government, son. This is the same government. So while they got y'all fighting over white and black, gay and straight, man and woman, they got y'all fighting over the stupidest of shit, they still robbing y'all. All of y'all. They're robbing all of you. Excluding nobody. Everybody's getting robbed. But you sure told that black man, or you sure told that white woman, you sure told that straight man or that gay woman. Like, y'all just arguing, y'all bickering amongst yourselves while they are robbing you all. Robbing you all. So that's the reason why I don't get into all of that shit, man. I see way past that shit. I see what they're doing. They're culling the herd, fam. They've been doing that for generations. That's why birth rates look the way they look in America. For white and black Americans. Hispanics and everybody else, they got record numbers. But like, I think the white American birth rate is what, negative now? And Black Americans lead the league in abortion. Like, what do you think? Like, you think the government prescribed abortions and no fault divorces and all of that other shit to fuck the family up for your benefit? They incentivize y'all to destroy yourselves every day with the things that they sell you, the things that they tell you that you need to be putting in or on your body, in your mind, behaving like they want you to self-destruct. And now we are in a society now where people who have gender dysmorphia are running inside of educational institutions of small children or children regardless of age and killing them. Strictly off of the psychosis that they are in. That you can't even get more self-destructive than that. Where you reject who you are innately, naturally, what you were born as. You reject that. You don't get any more mentally self-destructive than that. And then you're going to take that self-destruction out on other people and express that destruction outwardly before you ultimately self-destruct. It's the reason why a lot of these people end up committing suicide after they commit these atrocities in public. It's all about self-destruction. They want you to do that. They want you are literally seeing people literally detonate. You're looking at people detonate, fam. And they want you to do that. They want you to sabotage your development as a human being. They want you to hate yourself so much that you will cut pieces of your body off of you. Things that have been divinely created. Thousands upon thousands of years before you as a specific individual was even thought of. I promise you, God didn't make any mistakes when he made you. None. Zero. Zilch. So when it comes down to all of this different stuff, it's just, again, going against what nature, the laws of nature dictate, going against the laws of God, and then going against your own personal self-interest. Point blank, period. People talk about all of these different things that are harming the country, but nobody wants to be honest about it. Like on either side of the aisle, it's okay. It's all good to point out the crazy leftists, but then when I start pointing out these crazy conservatives, I'm not even talking about the ones that would be considered like extreme right or extremist. I'm talking about, no, your Matt Walshes and your Tim Pools, who is supposedly not even a conservative, but like the things that they believe is self-destructive. Everybody is like, I'm trying to tell y'all, like, if you're not talking about what, to be totally honest, what Black American ancestors was talking about, I know I'm biased, obviously, but if you're not talking about self-sufficiency, God, family, education, if you're not talking about for real, like empowerment, then you pretty much just self-destructive. So when the Matt Walshes and them get to talking about the crazy leftists and shit like that, and they are standing on these particular values but don't live it, that's still self-destructive. Because again, they just want their side, their team of this game to win. And that then they're going to fuck you over too. Like, where is this track record where you're supposed to be trusting these people wholesale just because of the donkey or the elephant? Y'all niggas is bugged out. That's insane to me. I will never get that. So, anyway, that's my little opening rant. Hope you guys felt that. Hope you guys, hope that resonated with some of you guys out there. So, as you know, we peruse the timeline. I didn't peruse much. I've been working. So here we go. Remember last episode we were talking about Black American architecture, and we covered Vertner W. Tandy and him building Madam C.J. Walker's mansion, right? So here's a current video of it. I think this looks like 2025 camera quality. Let's see. Yeah, let's watch it again. Mute this, because I already know that YouTube was like, oh, we gotta take a copyright strike for that song. But yeah, this is the backyard. This looks like super recent. Like this was recorded in the past couple of weeks or something like that. The weather has changed and all of that. But yeah, this is the same mansion that we was talking about in Friday's episode. As you can see, it's still standing. This was built in what did we say? 1916 this was built? Am I tripping? I think it was 1916 that this was built. So yeah, over 100 years old, still standing. Shout out to Vertner W. Tandy. Okay. So yeah, that was all the things that I perused, man. That's all the things that I perused. I was so busy working on this Martin Luther King and Joseph H. Jackson video that I really didn't have any time to be on the timeline. So speaking of the timeline, it really is not important, especially to this audience or whatever. But if you guys were privy to all of that stuff that went down over the weekend and stuff like that, I'm letting y'all know right now. Did we drop frames? Uh-oh. Did we drop? Make sure we ain't drop. Oh, okay. We got to do something about the comments and Kick with these bots, bro. It's ridiculous. And I seen it. I don't get involved. I'm letting y'all know right now. If you see some TL drama, some timeline drama, and it's with some people that I'm associated with or I rock with, I promise you I'm not in the middle of it because I don't play them games. And I'm not saying that I don't play internet games, nigga. I literally stream 4 days a week on the internet. So I get into it. You feel me? I just finished arguing with a nigga on my spaces about him thinking Jewish people were all half black. So trust and believe. But when it comes down to like actual drama, actual like beef and all of that other stuff, man, like I don't get into that. I don't get into that. I think it's corny. I think it's unnecessary. I think a lot of people do it for attention as opposed to like being actually against particular principles or some shit. So for me, I don't get involved. Prayers to everybody that's actually deserving of prayers, and that's how we keeping it rocking. You feel me? Just in case anybody was here wondering, you know what I mean? What else happened? Oh, the verses. Cash Money versus No Limit Records, a legendary verses. Shout out to both sides. They both held it down. Master P was out there with good energy. He had that good grandpa energy out there. Some of us remember when our grandpas is like in that early old stage when they in like they, early 50s, mid 50s, and going into their 60s and stuff like that. So they still got some pep in their step, especially if they had pep in their step when they was younger. That's what we saw with Master P. So shout out to the Triple O, still being able to get his, marching in place on up there. Shout out to the cohesiveness of No Limit. I feel like the song choices were on point. I've always been more partial to Cash Money. Always, like just growing up, like I still remember Clean Up Man when it come to BG. I remember watching Baller Blocking. I remember I grew up on Cash Money for real. You know what I'm saying? No Limit, yeah, but peripherally. Like I don't remember going out and buying or going out and downloading the Master P album or Sit with the Shock album or C Murder album or anything like that. Was definitely fans of the hits that I heard, definitely fans of the singles that I heard, definitely fans of the whatever album cuts that I did hear, but it wasn't something that I actively sought after. I say all of that to say, man, No Limit clearly got the W. And it's similar to, and I saw somebody else say this too on the timeline, it was similar to the masterclass that the Locks put on Dipset. You feel me? Like the cohesion is going to win out. Cohesion, chemistry, being able to work off of each other well and understand each other well based upon you being in contact or you just honestly rehearsing consistently with the other person. You know what I mean? As far as Cash Money is mired in a whole bunch of disputes and beefs and, money and all this other stuff. And it ain't like No Limit or Master P's record is all the way clean when it comes to that type of stuff. It's just that when it comes down to actually holding it down on the public front, like this is public facing, this is how we facing the public, then yeah, we're going to be a lot more cohesive. Cash Money wasn't, as we know. Turk and Wayne wasn't there. So that's definitely gonna hurt. That's your two of your best players, you know what I'm saying, not making it to the game. And I just don't think that they could have really took it home as far as like the performance. Like I said, as far as the songs go, I liked more Cash Money songs than I liked No Limit, but that's not the end all be all to a versus. You got to think about performance. Like I say, you got to think about chemistry and cohesion. You got to think about song selection and the order and sequencing. Like there's a whole bunch that goes into a good versus or a good like winning a versus. So yeah, I definitely give it the No Limit, despite me being a bigger fan of Cash Money. Birdman's rant after the end of it all, calling Turk a bitch and all of that other shit. Listen, first of all, if you know anything about New Orleans, you know that that's like literally just shorthand for like bro or sis. Like I've done seen it. Like they'll literally be calling like a person that they are in love with or have mad love for a bitch. Like that's just how they talk down there. That little bitch over there, that look like that's how they talk. You know what I'm saying? It's just like niggas in Detroit. They say my baby. They don't mean it in any fucking weird way and shit like that, but like that's what they like. Men will call each other like my baby and shit like that, and it's just like, yo, that's my people, that's my heart, like that's somebody that I really fuck with. So it's like that slang or whatever, that regional slang or that city slang, that's where that shit come from. And so of course the internet took it as like Birdman calling him a little bitch, and like he did obviously, but I think it was just more shorthand for individual. Like we gonna get with that little bitch later, or, you know what I'm saying? I think the fuck you was more, indicative of how, he may have felt about Turk than the bitch. I ain't gonna lie. I done seen too many interactions between New Orleanians to not notice. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, like I think that's going to be my only, that was it. Silk the Shocker, he's never, rapped on beat. It's never really, like, it's again, like, I don't, like, I will always give people their legend, but I'm not about to say and act like, I listen to some music. Like, it's insane. It's insane. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I had no reason to listen to Silk the Shocker outside of It Ain't My Fault or, whatever single or whatever it was. Not even gonna hold you. Wasn't my bag. Just simply, I'm a kid from Long Island, New York, son. The fact that I even got tapped in with Cash Money as early as I did is damn near a miracle. You feel me? So it's like, yeah. Shout out to everybody though. Shout out to the whole, No Limit, the whole Cash Money. Wish Wayne and Turk could have been there. But I did wonder what like Currency, like how Currency felt being that he was a part of both camps. I would say that he is closer to the No Limit side, just off of the strength of like C Murder being his big homie, and him actually having like a relationship with Silk and Master P and all of them. But then it's like he grew up with Wayne, like literally grew up with him, same schools type shit, like children type shit. So he's right there in between. And everybody know about like there's just the beef between the Magnolia Projects and the Calio and all of that. Like, we get that, and he's been navigating both sides of this shit for decades now. So I did wonder, like, yo, what Spitter was thinking, since he has love for both sides, and who he was rooting for. He probably was just rooting for everybody, everybody in New Orleans, because that's just what it is. Sammy says, I gave it to No Limit too. My man Silk couldn't catch the beat to save his life, bro, at all. They was pointing out how not only was he off beat in the song, his performance was off beat from the backing vocals. Like it was like you was off beat like Inception. Like you was off beat squared. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Sammy says, didn't know Currency was between both groups. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. He was signed to No Limit in like early 2000s. I want to say like 2002, 2003 type around that time. And then he got with Cash Money via Wayne. I want to say like 06, 07. Because when did Dedication 2 come out? Because that's when I first heard Spitter. I first heard Spitter on Dedication 2. So I think that was 05 when Dedication 2 came out. So it's like around that time. So yeah, like I definitely been tapped in with Spitter for a long time. Been listening to him for 20 years. And that's the reason why, bro, like I don't be like tripping over people be making fun of me about like me being a huge fan of Spitter. Is like, yo, that nigga has made music that's been the soundtrack to my life since I've been in high school. Real shit. So, shout out to my nigga Spitter, man. So yeah, man. What else happened over the weekend, huh? What else happened over the weekend? Trying to see. Can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. But yeah, that was it for me. That was it. Enjoyed the verses and all of that. You know, like I said, keep your personal drama or personal life off the timeline. It's the best for everybody. You dig? Like I don't be posting nothing about my personal life, son. Like I ain't gonna hold you. And it ain't even like I got something to hide. I got something to keep safe. Like I got something to keep safe. So I ain't about to be putting none of that shit, man. And I know certain things you are just unavoidable because you can't control what other people do, son. But I'm letting y'all know right now. And I know motherfuckers, like, when it comes down to making these, like, declaratory statements and shit like that, that it comes back to haunt them and shit like that. And even acknowledging that will add to the irony if it does happen to me. You dig what I'm saying? But I don't play into that. I really don't play into that. And I wouldn't advise any of you to play into that. You know, it's for me, it just looks like reality TV. It just looks like a bunch of shit that's real, but being treated like it's fake. Like just being like it's just being treated as entertainment. I mean, I'd be that's the last thing I want is real life pain, real life suffering, real life shit that I'm going through to be like, oh, this is just fucking entertainment. We just gonna watch this shit and we gonna laugh and have opinions and judge motherfuckers based upon this shit. Like, I'm never going to treat my personal life like content. Like, that's not my bag, son. Like, me, I told y'all I have this whole plan to get, like, more and more physical with Hotep history, right? One of those plans is to travel and, you know, do IRL streams and shit like that. Like, that, yeah, you know what I mean? But, like up in like, the inside of my household or up in private conversations that I had with people or screenshotting text messages or DMs and shit like that is so out of line, son. That's so out of line. Like, I don't handle shit like that, G. I don't handle shit like that. I don't handle fallouts like that. If like I fall out with you, I promise you publicly, nobody would ever even know that we had smoke. And like, unless you did something to me publicly where they would see you behave that way, you feel me? Nah, if we fall out privately, if you don't fuck with me and I don't fuck with you based upon some shit that we said to each other or did to each other in private, when I hop on the timeline, I ain't about to say nothing bad about you. I ain't about to say nothing bad about you. I'm not going to make little sly comments. I'm not going to do none of that. My record is clean when it comes to that. Whenever I had drama on the timeline and shit like that, it was like on some real minuscule shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say son name, but I had got into it with this content creator in the financial space. I used to edit his podcast and shit like that, and son wouldn't pay me. Long story short, it's not even a long drawn out story. Son wouldn't pay me. Privately, he would not, you know what I'm saying, respond. So I hopped on the timeline, and you know, Hotepistan, they got on his ass. Like, we was like, they was like, yo, pay my nigga. For all intents and purposes, it was like, pay my son. Like, why you doing bad business? And like, that's the furthest it ever went. And it wasn't no major cash or none of that shit. It was just off the principle of the thing. But that's the most I've ever done, son. And all my years on the internet and shit like that, all my years on the timeline, rather, like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, everybody looks goofy, son. Everybody. There is no clear winner when it comes to that type of shit. Niggas, everybody has looked goofed out. And I'm not really in the business of being in the circus. You feel me? So prayers, like I said, prayers to everybody that deserve a prayer. I'm not getting into it. Now, so we are rounding about the hour and some change mark. And the reason why, just in case, you know, my Patreon subscribers are wondering, the reason why we haven't taken it over, you know, behind the paywall like we normally do is that Patreon has been doing the fuck shit. I don't know what they're thinking. So the last couple lives that we've done on Patreon, when it's time for the playback and like play the recording, it would just be a blank screen with the avatar in the middle. And it's like, nah, dog, I might as well just do the whole stream on YouTube and Twitter and all that. And be able to, like, you know, have the full set and then put it on Patreon, then to go exclusively on Patreon. And then when it's time to play it back, if you wasn't there live and it's time to play it back, Now it's a blank screen. You feel me? Like, shout out to the people that was on Patreon when we did the movie night. When we did, Black American cinema. So we watched the old Black American film. You feel me? There's no visual record of it. Imagine us watching a silent movie and there's no visual for it. So that's insane. So I didn't want to risk it having you guys pay for blank content. That's not fair. So we're going to be upping the scripted content. We're going to be upping, like, once I figure out what the hell is going on with Patreon, we'll do a test run with a live stream and stuff like that to see if we good to go. But in the meantime, in between time, we're just going to have a bunch of scripted content. We're going to have the streamed, recorded stream, onto the Patreon. That way you can watch it on the playback and whatnot. But yeah, moving forward, that's the reason why we haven't went on over the Patreon at 9:30 like we would normally do. And yes, I did not forget what I said on Friday. We will be starting earlier. We will be starting at in between 6 and 7. That's when I want to start. So that way, if we go to midnight, we've been rocking for 6 hours. And that's more than enough content for you guys to be able to, enjoy yourselves, one. And then, of course, like I said, I think about the people that are working. You guys would like to have a nice long piece of content to get through your shift and all of that other stuff and make it coherent. And since it's just me talking, I feel like I can provide that for you guys. So, yeah, we're going to be starting between 6 and 7, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm still I'm still getting with Mac when it comes down to like scheduling on Saturdays with a Hotep History podcast, but that's still going to be relatively around the 1 and 2 o'clock p.m. Time frame. So yeah, that's the schedule now. Hotep History will be starting earlier just so I can have more time with you guys. I think you guys deserve that. So, like I said, huge things are happening over here at Hotep History Live, man. I'm super excited. I'm super stoked. I get excited when I start to see like the numbers are going up and people are participating more. So it's all love, man. It's all love. Let's get into it. So tonight's episode is all about Black American caterers and restaurateurs. Okay? And so I knew about this industry. I understood that when it came down to the services, okay, your services, whatever they may be, whether it's domestic and commercial cleaning, barbering, catering, the funeral industry, like services being provided for America, Black America, they're going to be significant presence of Black Americans. Because our history has always been in service to Americans and in service to one another. That's just what it's about. So you already know one of the key figures that's always going to be like a mainstay in everything that we talked about last week. We saw how he was in the center of 3 or 4 of the figures. So you know who we going to. We're going to go to the primary source first and foremost. And tonight is exclusively primary sources. And I love the websites. Don't get me wrong. I love the credible websites, MIT and African American Registry and stuff like that. Like there's Black Past, of course. There are going to be secondary sources online that I fuck with, that I give all of the praise to. But y'all know how I feel about them primary sources. Y'all know how it feels to read what's really going down on the ground in Black America at the time of, whatever the conversation is about. So, as you can see, I got some tabs up here. We will be exploring more. These won't be the only tabs that we get to tonight. You feel me? Oh, man. So, Sammy says, this ought to be good. I foresee a late night food run. we gonna see, man. We gonna see. So we got an entire chapter that we're gonna read. Yes, an entire chapter. Buckle up. We're gonna read an entire chapter out of a book. and then we're going to go to the archives. I think that's only fair. So we're gonna see. When I was looking, for this, not looking for the primary source. When I was getting to the page, my man Junius G. Groves came up. So, come on, archive. Come on, load it up. Load it up for your boy. There we go. So we're going back to the one of the classics here at Hotep History, The Negro in Business. The Negro in Business by Booker T. Washington, none other. You know it. And so, The Negro in Business, we've covered this book a lot on stream. This is something that we talk about all of the time. And we've gone over different chapters in agriculture, and we're going to go through more chapters in the future. This book is chock full of just Black American excellence, right? Exactly, Sammy, the Potato King. So, I haven't read this chapter in a while, because, I'll let y'all know. I know I'm rambling and I'm yapping, but I'll let y'all know. I get these books, I download them, I peruse, I read, points of interest. Sometimes I'll read the whole thing front to back, depending on, how I'm feeling. This was one of those books where I did both, where I skimmed through it based upon the scholarship that I was looking for. Whatever, I was looking for as it pertains to a particular industry, how much money somebody could make or whatever it was. That's why I got this book. Ended up reading the whole thing. It's a beautiful book, but I don't remember everything. And I just saw something out the corner of my eye on the page that made me remember that in my works, I actually have some Hotep history, a short clip for you guys. Okay. Shout out to me, man. Shout out, dead ass. I'm not even trying to just toot my own horn, but I really be taking great care of the ancestor stories, man. Why did I do that? I don't need to add it to the bookmarks. So, we're going to get to him in just a second. But I just saw his name in the book, and I was like, oh, shit. So once we get to him in the book, then we'll jump over to the video. So here we go. Chapter 4, The Negro Caterer. This is by Booker T. Washington. Chapter 4, The Negro Caterer. Here we go. Let's zoom in for y'all. I'll be doing that on purpose. I'm going to stop, y'all. I'm going to stop doing all of that fucking cliffhanger suspense shit. Let's go. Hopefully y'all can read it too. What? Hold on. One more zoom. I'm trolling. I just want to make sure we got the whole page. Okay. All right, cool. One of the professions which was once largely monopolized by the members of our race, but which has since been to a large extent lost, is that of catering. So, off the dribble, this is written 1907 this is written. 1907 this is written. Okay? So, 1907, he's saying lately a bunch of people came in, but this has traditionally been a Black American profession, a Black American job, a Black American occupation. It is not difficult to see how the Negro should have found his way into the catering business. Indeed, in the northern cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, he seems to have been almost a pioneer in that line of trade. A pioneer. My friend Samuel R. Scottron of Brooklyn, New York, has recently placed in my hands some very interesting information in regard to the history of the early New York colored caterers, which has enabled me to follow the history of the connection of the Negro with the catering business in New York from the days when the city did not extend much above Wall Street. So again, when it comes to this, first of all, if you guys remember, Samuel R. Scottron, he's the inventor. He invented like this particular mirror and shit like that, and he invented a few things. I remember that name, Scottron. And if you guys are subscribed to the Patreon, there's an entire video on Black American inventors, and he's a part of that video. Okay, so Scottron is putting Booker T down on what the history of New York is. As you can see, this was written in 1907. See, even history has history, right? The ancestors have ancestors. So he's reading about, or he's being told about how New York was in the, early 19th century, maybe even late 18th century, on what New York looked like, right? So let's see. The catering business in New York seems to have begun, as far as we are concerned, with colored workmen. Excuse me, with colored women. Okay? It was no doubt of reputation. It was no doubt of reputation gained in service as a cook that gave the first of them their opportunity to enter this business. So this was not only a Black American profession, a Black American occupation by and large, it was also by and large or predominantly occupied by Black women. Okay? So here we go. Among the most notable of these early women caterers who held sway in New York somewhere between the dates of 1780 and 1820. Didn't I say late 18th, early 19th? Listen, I'm trying to tell you. I don't be remembering every bar, every line of these chapters that I read. I read this book years ago. I read this book in 2023. You feel me? And I've been perusing it ever since, but yeah. Like I said, late 18th, early 19th was Cornelia Gomez, the great-grandmother of the late Dr. P.W. Ray of New York. She catered for the most prominent old families in the city of that day, among whom were the Rhinelanders, the Goelettes, Robinsons, and the Jerrys, all well known in New York still. Okay, so let's see if we can look her up. Cornelia Gomez. Oh my goodness. Sorry, y'all. Oh no. Absolutely not. That's not what we're looking for. No. Of course. Google not gonna give us what we need, man. I don't know why I keep doing this. A table of power. At the table of power, food and cuisine in the what? What is this? Are they just jacking what Booker T was just saying? It looked like it. When was this study written? 2022. Yeah, they just copying what Book said. It's all good. Let's get back to it. Her successor was Aunt Katie Ferguson, who kept the business until about 1820, when it came into the hands of a white man who greatly enlarged and increased it. Up to this period, Mr. Scottron informs me, the business had been almost wholly in the hands of colored people, the men taking it up where the women left it. From that time down to the present, a considerable number of men and women of Negro ancestry have gone into the business of catering in New York and made fortunes. Sometimes these fortunes have been considerably increased by their children. In most cases, they have at least given to the children higher and better opportunities in an intellectual and social way than their fathers had. Wrong inflection. Among those who made fortunes were Peter Van Dyke, who owned a place at 133 Wooster Street. He became wealthy and left his children and grandchildren in good circumstances. Peter Van Dyke. I know that's going to be, let's see. Come on. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Why do I keep doing catering? I don't understand. So no, he not even in the mainstream. That's cool. Let's see. Another of these early colored caterers was Boston Cromwell, father of late Alexander Cromwell, and Thomas Downing, who kept the once famous Downing Oyster House, and was the father of George T. Downing, who built the Seagirt House at Newport, Rhode Island. Afterwards, a caterer at the Capitol Building, Washington, and a friend of Charles Sumner, Wendell Phillips, Henry Wilson, John Andrews, and others. Peter Downing, another son of Thomas Downing of Oyster House. So there we go. Let's get into. I know Cromwell should be there. He should be. Gots to be. Yeah, there we go. We got to have something from him. Yeah, there we go. So this is Alexander Cromwell. Alexander Cromwell, he said that's the father. So Boston is Alex's father. So do we have a page on his dad? A former slave. No, we don't have anything on him. No. He went to Liberia and came back. Heard you. So his father was a caterer. Okay. So as you guys saw, Booker T. Washington brought up Thomas Downing. Let's get into Thomas Downing. Shout out to Hotep history.
President Hotep Dubes here checking in, and we're going to be talking about Thomas Downing, aka New York's Oyster King. Now, Thomas was born in 1791 in Chesapeake Bay, Virginia. His parents were newly freed slaves because their previous owner, who was a devout Methodist, freed them because he did not know slavery was against the Methodist Church.
Can you imagine? That shit remind me of the Dave Chappelle, the Dave Chappelle bit when him and Chip get pulled over, and Chip, because he's white, he tells the officer, "Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that." And the cop just is like, "Well, now you know. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here." And it's like Dave was mad shocked like that shit worked or whatever. So it's just like, I'm just imagining these Methodists being like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was against the religion. Well, you're free now." Insane.
After his parents gained their freedom, made their money, saved their money, they bought a property on Chincoteague Island where they began selling clams, fish, and of course, oysters. In 1820, after leaving the army, getting married, and having 5 children, Downing moved to New York City, where he continued his family trade of being an oysterman.
I ain't gonna lie to you. On second thought, maybe this music wasn't the best music to use in this video. I'm seeing that now, playing it like again, however long I made this later. But yeah, sorry about the music. The music is very, very cheesy.
A profession that was already largely occupied by Black Americans at the time. Since his parents already hosted the wealthiest of the wealthiest clients in Virginia, Downing knew how to separate himself from the fray. In 1825, he opened the Thomas Downing Oyster House in the business district of New York City. This is where your bankers, your merchants, your business owners, your wealthy aristocrats, etc. lived, and he set his business up right there. Then, he had a sneaky little way of having the best and the freshest of oysters. What he would do is he would roll his boat out every morning, early in the morning, before everybody was out there to bid on their oysters, already buy the best oysters out there. And then once it came time to bid on the other oysters, he would bid high prices to raise the price, which of course helped the captains make their money. By 1835, he expanded his business and got into catering and taking international mail orders, where he shipped large amounts of these oysters, live, fried, and pickled, all over Europe and the West Indies. One of his biggest clients, Queen Victoria, actually gifted Thomas with a chronometer watch because she loved him so much. That wasn't all though. Here's my favorite part about Downing. The oyster cellar would double as a stop for the Underground Railroad. Not only did he do that,
He would invest his wealth in the freedmen school that all 5 of his children attended. Then he founded the all-black anti-slavery society.
Yeah, I had to cut it because back then, the videos had to be 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But yeah, I did this last Feb. I made this video
President Hotep Dubes here checking.
Last last February. Obviously for like Black History Month and whatnot. And yeah, so this is an incredible guy. I forgot how I found out about him. I was just, searching just for black, great Black Americans and whatnot. And as you can see, like these people are doing amazing things. And it's in their blood. The family trade. People got to understand the importance of the family trade. All you entrepreneurs out there and stuff like that, think about how in the future you will be able to introduce your child to your family's business in the same way that somebody would, be introduced to working at any of these Fortune 500 companies or any of these firms that come highly recommended and stuff like that. You need to teach the generations inside of your house, the younger generations inside of your house, how important it is to uphold and secure and build, maintain and sustain, something that we talk about a lot, the family business. Is very important. Thomas grew up seeing his parents, sell fish and oysters and clams and all this other stuff. And then that inspired him to work in the family business. And then that again goes into like him literally being an international oyster king. So we learned about the potato king. Now we understand about the oyster king. And I'm like, it is what it is, fam. So we got the potato king and we got the oyster king. It's all through there. And and as you can see, you're going to continuously see Black American successes use their success for the greater good of other people. So while he was over there selling to these, rich white people that live in New York and all of that shit, he was using his cellar where he kept his oysters as a stop for the Underground Railroad. Like he still kept the people in mind. Yeah, I'm getting rich. Yeah, I'm doing my thing. I'm the oyster king and all of that other stuff. My clientele's white, some of them Black, but I'm still a man of the people, and I'm still going to do what I can to help the cause. You feel me? This man was born in 1791. He died a year after slavery was abolished. So his entire life, he was moving and shaking while slavery was going on. So let's just keep that in mind, and he made it shake. So let's keep reading. We left off here. Peter Downing, another son of Thomas. Okay. George T. Downing. So that's another son. Anyway, of Oyster House fame, went to Africa as the representative of a New York company, and after his return, went into the catering business at the New York Customs House on Wall Street. So again, the Downings are getting into seafood. They're getting into seafood catering. This is becoming their last name's business. There we go. Perhaps the most successful of all these early caterers was David Roselle of the firm of Roselle and Barneswell. Barneswell's holdings in the property of the firm have passed away, but the estate of Roselle is still growing in the hands of his daughter, Mrs. Rebecca Bearfield. Oh, man, they do change their name, don't they? God bless. All right. At the present time, there are no less than 21 colored caterers, of which I have information in New York City. So that's just in New York City, 21. And this is in, 1907. Several of these, I am informed, have done exceptionally well. Among these are Mr. and Mrs. W.H. Smith, who have a place on Cedar Street and serve regularly a lunch to a prominent bank force of Wall Street, as well as to officials of other companies in that district, and William A. Hayliger, whose business covers the same field as the Smiths, and who, in addition, caters extensively for evening entertainments. William E. Gross is also a prominent and successful caterer, enjoying flattering patronage. Jacob and Charles Day, son of Jacob Day, Sr., an old-time caterer are carrying on their father's business, and I have been informed are increasing the fortune he left them. Look at the good eggs. Look at your kids taking care of your business. You feel me? Making sure that there's growing and increasing, and making sure that the wealth is still going to be circulated and sustained, man. Okay? That's important. That's important. Studies show that 70% of the wealth is squandered by the next generation. So you get rich, right? 70% of that is going to be squandered by your kids. And then 90% of it will be squandered by your grandkids if you don't properly teach them. Generational wealth becomes a myth if you do not teach your children how to manage wealth and how to build wealth. It was just basically a lottery ticket. Basically, you just gave them a lump sum of money after you died, and they was just going to blow it. That's all it is. You just consider that an allowance. That's all you did. All right. In New York City, George Moore, who has a place on Fifth Avenue, has the reputation of possessing the most valuable and most expensive loan of any of the colored caterers in New York. The men I have mentioned as connected, the men I have mentioned as connected with the caterers business in New York represent a class of colored businessmen which will be found in almost any large city. As this was one of the first lines of business to which colored men found entrance, it is possibly the one in which the largest number of fortunes have been made by colored people. So again, when it comes down to when y'all hear about like, yo, soul food restaurants, and they should be like all black owned, and black people should be like pretty much have a monopoly on soul food, they're not wrong. And it's because black Americans were doing that. When it comes down to cuisine and catering and serving food and culinary, anything from the jump. And I know like sometimes the message can be a little harsh to people when I say that, like black people literally like served and provided all of these different things for everybody else. And I don't mean it to say that no other race served, themselves or anything like that. But I am going to say, like, based upon the economic structure of this country, it is absolutely reasonable to believe and understand that, yes, most of the service jobs are going to be held by black people. Okay, most of the dirty jobs, most of the things that people didn't want to do are going to be occupied, especially during slavery. They're going to be occupied by black Americans. And again, you do not lose that knowledge. You don't lose those skills. You don't lose any of those things just because you are now free from bondage. And like, I fed them 3-4 times a day. We clothed them twice a day. We bathed them. These are all services now. Now, cleaning people, I don't know about cleaning people. I don't know if there's any services for that. I'm never going to sign up for that. But like when it comes down to all of these different services, all of these different services in the 21st century, the 20th century, but especially in the 21st century are multi-billion-dollar industries. Catering in 2025. Listen, son, they have caterers right now doing the most craziest shit. I just seen some male caterers who do semi Magic Mike shit with the food with the women and all types of extra weird horny shit with the women and all of that. That's catering. It's freaked out catering, but it's catering. And so it's like maid services, multi-billion-dollar industry. Maid services, there's literal chains and franchises of maid services and domestic cleaning services now. Farming and all that, these are billion-dollar industries in this country. And these were markets that were cornered by the ancestors. These were markets that black Americans knew left and right like the back of their hand. You feel me? So when it comes down to the history of all of this shit, yes, y'all are not wrong when you say yo, son, we should be making billions off of soul food alone. You're not wrong. It only makes sense. Y'all been the ones doing the cooking. You know what I'm saying? Might as well I can get paid to cook. I can get paid to iron clothes. I can get paid to clean clothes. I can get paid to clean homes. I get to get paid to clean offices and shit. Like, that's the whole point. That was the whole point. Like, the scale is the scale. People need to eat. People need clean clothes. People need a clean crib. Y'all be falling for the pimping. Y'all be falling for the pimping. Y'all would rather be talked to nice by somebody that hates you. You feel me? But y'all not, trying to keep it all the way funky when it comes down to the brass tacks. What's objective about the situation? I'm gonna be objective. I'm gonna always be objective when it comes to this stuff. Now, there's gonna be certain levels of objectivity that I'm not gonna go for. But, catering though, serving a bunch of motherfuckers some food, yeah, wrap that up. That's us. Let's see. Hold on. I'm making sure I'm not tripping. This is pissing me off. Okay. All right. My fault. My comments weren't loading up. So Sammy says it's good to know FBAs of old were more focused on legacy and passing businesses down than today's ethos of follow your dreams, which emphasize individualism and going your own way. Yeah, man. Like that's it's so ridiculous and annoying. It's like, I'm not sitting here saying that you shouldn't branch off and do, things that you want to do. But I think a lot of people really, again, just throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater and end up just not really understanding the power of legacy and stuff like that. Like, these people go on to do other things. How many times have we done read about a Black American, a notable Black American figure, and they're a business owner, real estate, they're also a painter, they're also a violinist. Like, you can do all of the things. Just hold down the family business, bro. Like, you can go and do art in Paris or whatever, but just after you've secured the business, bro, you still need to take care of the foundation. It's no different than your first property or your family home that's been in your family. Can you expand your real estate portfolio? For sure, do that, but don't forget where you come from, literally. Doesn't make any sense. But anyway, where these fortunes have been wisely administered and increased, they have contributed to the formation of a leisure class from which we may hope to see issue type of trained, disciplined, and public-spirited young men who should become the leaders, teachers, and active workers in the uplifting of the Negro race. If at present so few young men of this type have issued from this well-to-do element of the Negro people, it is because the members of our race have yet to learn the true value and meaning of money and the freedom that it buys. I be loving these books, man. It's just gospel. It's gospel. This is 1907, over 100 years ago. Let's see. Among the men who have been successful in the catering business, there is one whom, through his connection with the National Negro Business League, and his interest in the progress and fortunes of his people, I have become better acquainted than with some others. This man is Charles H. Smiley, one of the leading caterers in Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Smiley was born in 1851 at St. Catharines, Canada. Like most of our successful businessmen, he was very poor. Like most of our successful businessmen, he was very poor. It's one of the other things that I love about the ancestors and the stories that they tell, because none of these people are largely coming from privilege. You'll have a select few that are, and they do amazing things with that privilege. But for the most part, a lot of these people are former slaves. A lot of these people came from nothing, even if they were born free. They come from very, very common, very regular circumstances and stuff like that. And Booker T understood this because he was born in slavery, right? And so one of the things that he always emphasized was that you can do it too. Yes, these people have made extraordinary amounts of money and stuff like that, but to even get to this level, they had to just get ordinary money. Yeah, they took it further. They kept increasing and kept, getting themselves to the next level and all of that. But before they got to that level, they were at the comfortable level. They were at the middle class level. They were at a spot to where they can pay their bills and stuff like that. And they just chose to do better. But they came from the same situations as you. You feel me? Like, they come from the same situation as you. So there's no excuse on why you can't do it. As a matter of fact, it's every reason that you can do it, because they grew up poor just like you. Okay. Where we at? The pressure of his parents' poverty deprived him of the advantages of education and compelled him early in life to begin earning his own living. See? That sounds like every ghetto story that I hear now. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, me being poor is the reason why I wanted to get rich. What did Rosetta Dunnigan say about misfortune? Y'all gonna have these names. These gonna be household names in y'all house. Rosetta Dunnigan, Bessie Laundrum, like Lundrum. Oh, it was a Laundrum. Y'all gonna learn these names. But what did Rosetta say about being able to bear misfortune, being able to bear poverty? You feel me? It's one of the best things that this is what she says, one of the best things on how to succeed. Remember that book? She said poverty is one of the greatest things that can happen to you, nigga. So, here we go. The pressure of, his youth and early manhood were spent in hard manual labor at pitifully small wages. Sorry, tongue twister. When he was 15 years of age, his family moved to Philadelphia, where he remained until 1881. During this year, he resolved to try to better his condition. Here we go, and decided to go to Chicago, where he landed with 50 cents in his pocket. Sorry. He possessed, however, several assets more valuable than mere money. Let's talk about it. He had a resolute character, good powers of observation, ambition, and brains. Listen, man, the agenda is all in these books. The agenda that of self-sufficiency, the agenda of actually getting it out of the motherfucking mud, the agenda of nothing is stopping you from being amazingly great and greatly amazing. This is what I'm talking about. Fuck the money. He had a resolute character, good power of observation, ambition, and brains. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. You feel me? He began life in Chicago as a janitor and employed his spare time working as a waiter at dinners and parties. His determination to do whatever came in his way, small or large, soon made for him a wide and friendly acquaintance among the wealthy white people of the city. After a short time, he was able to give all of his time to waiting, and then soon decided that he would go into the catering business for himself. Mr. Smiley's success seems to have been due in great part to the enterprise he displayed in meeting every new want that manifested itself in connection with his business. So again, we know about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship at its bare bones is you being able to solve the problems of the consumer. The consumer has a particular issue. Can't open a can, fucking sell them a can opener. You feel me? Can't fucking clean your tub, sell them a tub cleaner. Like that's just what it is. Whatever issues you may have, whatever things you want, whatever features and benefits you would like to be added to whatever product or service, this is what I'm going to provide for you. All right? As a caterer for a wedding, he did not merely provide the wedding cake, but was ready, if required, to furnish appropriate floral decorations, canopies, calcium lights, pillows, ribbons, and kneeling altars, even ushers. You see what I'm saying? Going above and beyond. This is something that I know that people may not have when they're planning their wedding. By any chance, do you guys have floral decorations already? Do you guys already have your kneeling altars? Do you guys already have your lights, your canopies? Do you guys have any ushers? I'm just letting you know we provide all of these things along with the food. You feel me? And they're like, oh yeah, for sure, Smiley, we'll take an order of one of each or whatever the fuck. You hitting them with the upsell. You're providing all of these services on top of the goods that you're offering. This is just good business. This type of ingenuity or type of business acumen is still applicable today in 2025. Shit, it'll be applicable in 2035 and 2055. Being able to have other additional services that you can do well in your business because you know what comes along with, your industry. You used to see that all of the time in like the cannabis industry, right? Like dudes that sell bud, but then they'll also sell lighters, they'll sell papers, they'll sell rolling trays, they'll sell the baggies, they'll sell incense, they'll sell the car spray. They're going to sell all these different accessories and products and stuff like that go along with the flower because they know that more than likely you're going to be buying these things anyway. I might as well just provide it for you before you even leave the store, and I get more of your money and you get more of my product. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that goes. He advertised that he was willing to deliver invitations to guard wedding presents with male and female detectives. In fact, to take their entire charge of the social function, take entire charge of the social function at which his services were required. His son, Mr. J. Hockley Smiley, who has grown up in the business, is a great help to his father and relieves him of many of the cares of the business. Again, there goes that family again. There goes relying on family, being able to, because again, these be children of sharecroppers and former slaves, bro. You had to chip in, you had to pitch in to the work. You got 12 brothers and sisters. You need to take your black ass out there on the field to make more money for the crib. That's why you're not in school this morning. You understand? My father worked his ass off to get me to a particular place. I take it further. I worked my ass off while you was a baby and all of that other stuff so you can take it further once you become an adult. You feel me? Once you become an adult, this is what I need you to do, Jay. And his son was like, you goddamn right, Pops, I got you. And that allows his pops to breathe on certain things that he don't need to do anymore and then focus on things that he has to do moving forward. That's what it's all about. That's what family business is about. Let's check the chat. Cliff says, Dubes, I appreciate the architectural deep dive over the weekend, bro. Meant to listen in live, but was busy with family business and project developments. That's all good, Cliff. You already know we got to spin the block on a lot of these topics anyway. We're going to do a part 2 on a lot of this stuff. So I'm glad you specifically enjoyed it because we know what field you're in. So I'm glad that was some good stuff. Crystal says, just watched an episode of Gordon Ramsay's Secret Service where he went to help out a black family-owned restaurant in Arizona. The owners is 101 years old, still working. Her son is 75, is part owner, and his daughter is the manager. Listen, man, I really wish the grandchildren would have stepped in by this time. But you already know once you get older in age, people want to sit you down, want to keep you immobile, want to keep you sedentary, and that's what kills you faster. So I'm glad that they still up there moving and shaking. As long as it's not to the detriment of their health, I wish them well and wanted to do the best. Where the grandchildren at? Okay, where are the grandchildren at? There should be some 25-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 32-year-olds running around that motherfucker. What do you mean 101 and 75? Where's the generation under them? Where they at? Okay, so let's zoom on in here. There's 2 zooms, so I can zoom back out when we get back to the book. But this is his catering business. This is where this is the business right here. Caterers, Chicago, and his place of business. So this is where you would go, right here, if you wanted to work there. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, chat. I know this is gonna be super fucking random. I know it's gonna be random, but follow me here. Is Chucky Finster a junior? Because all throughout my studies, I learned that Chaz was short for Charles, which makes sense. And then Chuck is short for Charles as well. And Chucky is Chucky Finster. And then Chaz is his pops. Right? I'm not tripping. Chaz is his pops. Am I tripping? Isn't Chaz his pops? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tripping. I gotta make sure I'm not tripping. I know this is mad random, but Chucky Finster. Yeah, no, his pops is Chaz Finster. And Charles Crandall Norbert Chucky Finster Jr. I knew it. Yeah. They just never called him Jr. on the show. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Because I seen his name was Chaz, and I know Chaz is short for Charles, and I was thinking about, like, sorry, that's just how my brain works. Y'all got to see behind the scenes of my brain. That's all. Let's go back. Let's go back. Don't mind me, man. Yeah, I was like, oh, hold on, son. Like, Chucky. Don't act like y'all knew that already, that Chucky was a junior. Don't lie to me. Okay? Don't piss on me and tell us random. Y'all not gonna sit here and be like, oh yeah, we been knew Chucky was a junior. Where you was at, Hotep? Like, fuck out of here. Anyway. What was the last word? Wait, what the fuck? Did we miss something? 42. 48. Wow. Bucko, what's going on here? See? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. How they just gonna skip that many pages like that? Wow. They telling a whole different story now. So there's somebody named Trower. Oh, this is whack. Okay, what we gonna do? I guess we just keep it rolling. Oh no, they're still talking about Mr. Smiley. Okay. Oh no. All right, Pression. Well, we'll start with the first full sentence. All right. Old friends of the family used to shake their heads prophetically and say, there is something great about that boy. These sayings seem, at any rate, to have had the effect of convincing young Trower that he was fitted for something better than the conditions in which he found himself, and of sending him forth at an early age in search of adventure. But young Trower did not simply wander away. He earned his freedom. From 16 to 21, he worked upon the farm, saving all that he could. Although the farmers of Indiantown were proud of the fact that they never had been slaves, they do not seem to have escaped the serfdom of debtors or debtors. Ooh, so you was never a slave, but you still in debt. Ain't that what we say today? People are wage slaves and people are still enslaved because of the government and all that other stuff. So while you was born free, you never seen real actual chattel slavery. You still in debt. What's the difference? You still can't escape serfdom. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, all through his early life, young Trower was hobbled with the necessity of raising the debt on the farm. By the time he was 21, he had saved enough to lift this burden from his family, and he felt free to go in search of a fortune. With a feeling of pride, such as he experienced from no single success since that time, he presented his mother with the deed of the farm and bade her goodbye. At that time, the tide of immigration had already set in from the Virginia plantations towards the city of young Trower, towards the cities, and young Trower drifted with it in the direction of Baltimore. Okay, there was $52 surplus after the farm was paid for, and with this sum, the young man, wholly inexperienced in the difficulties and dangers of city life, landed in Baltimore. So he left. Okay, he bought off the farm, okay, for his mom's, and then he took the profit or the money that was left over from that and moved to Baltimore, or Baltimore, as they say. He was fortunate there in gaining admission to Mr. Smiley. Wait, what the hell? Hold on. Why did they do that? Why y'all didn't tell me the shit is right there, chat? Hold on. So 48 is right here, but 43 is right here, and then 44, and then we got to go back? Okay, so all of the pages are there. Okay. A little crazy how that worked out. But it's all good. So disregard all of that Baltimore shit that I was just talking about. We'll get back to that. This is crazy. All right. Back to Mr. Smiley. Mr. Smiley is said to give employment to more colored men than any other man of his race in the West. He uses 16 horses for his delivery wagons. Mr. Smiley and his sons are always prominent figures at the meetings of the National Negro Business League. One of the leading caterers in the state of New York is Francis J. Moultrie, who conducts the largest catering establishment in Westchester County, one of New York's wealthiest settlements. In this business, he has accumulated a small fortune, which, as president of the Yonkers Investment Company, he is employing in a way useful to the members of his own race who have in recent years settled in large numbers in Yonkers, Mr. Moultrie's home. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep driving this home. Black man get rich, black man invests. That's been the formula. Black man get rich, black man invest in his community. Almost immediately. You dig? Has an investment company. Okay. This is a lot. Hold on. Oh, okay, I'm tripping. So Sammy says greatest misfortune is to never have bared misfortune. Facts. Shout out to Miss Rosetta for that. Christopher said the father didn't want to release control of leadership of the restaurant to the daughter and her son that works at the restaurant as well. Grandma comes into work when she feels like it. Okay. She says the next gen was trying to take over, but Pops didn't want them to know the business was in trouble. The daughter reached out to Chef Ramsay for help when getting her dad to relinquish control. All right, got you. Yeah, that's something that, yeah. That's common. That's common in the family business. I won't lie. That's common in the family business. You're going to have to damn near strong arm old grandpa out the business. You're going to have to muscle him out like you a damn, Wall Street baron or some shit like that. Like they look at that shit like that's their baby for real. You dig? So I get that. I do get that. I ain't gonna lie and say that I don't. So yeah. So what do we got? So yeah, Mr. Moultrie. Okay. Mr. Moultrie was born in Charleston, South Carolina in 1842. He received his school training there and came north as soon after the close of the Civil War. He worked in various catering houses in New York until he had mastered the details of the business. Okay. And that's another thing. Even with Philip A. Payton Jr., that's what he did. He worked as a janitor inside of a real estate office, learning the tricks of the trade, and then became one of the biggest real estate dealers in New York City's history. You gotta, that's what I'm saying. They didn't look at these situations as just things that you gotta do. You understand? Like, I know, like, motherfuckers make fun of the scene, right, in Coming to America when Louis was like, see, now I'm on lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's like, of course, like, it's McDonald's or McDowell's in that context, but it's like, it's this big, major conglomerate or whatever. Moving up that ladder is not that important and shit like that. But when you're talking about, like, the late 19th century, early 20th century and shit like that, like, nah, I'm about to soak all of this game up. This is all new to me. See, now, a motherfucker do that shit, a 17-year-old go to McDonald's or whatever, get a job. That shit is like so, like, it's nothing prestigious about it. There's nothing rare about it. And it takes more money than skill now to be able to own a McDonald's and shit like that. Like, as far as like a franchise and whatnot. So a lot of people don't see the value in it, but there are people who still move up the ladder inside fast food. There are people who start off, fries, cashier, or whatever, turn into assistant manager, a manager, like, and they actually move up and they end up, becoming a franchise owner. That's still a thing. But back then, like in the late 19th century, early 20th century, that was just a thing to do, nigga. I ain't never been in the real estate office before. I haven't been in a waiter before. So this is how you take inventory. Oh, this is how you do. This is like you just learning the tricks of the trade. Hell yeah, dog. Like, I know this may just be, I'm just a waiter to you, nigga, but I'm learning so much. Like, I'm learning a lot right now, and I'm getting to the bag. I'm getting to the bag. So, yeah. So, he learned all of this while he was a waiter and all of that shit at other people's businesses, and now I'm a business owner. Shortly after coming north, he permanently settled in Yonkers. Not having sufficient capital to enter business for himself, he accepted employment in private families, while his wife, who through all of the years in which he has been in business, has rendered him invaluable assistance, carried on a small catering business from their home. So he's doing private catering. She's running a catering business out of the crib. You feel me? Like, working together. And again, invaluable assistance. Just doubling down on the power of marriage, doubling down on the same stories that we read about Philip A. Payton Jr., Junius G. Groves, and everybody else. Like, they embodied the whole he who finds a wife finds a good thing. Like, they embodied this. Like, she is my literal life mate. She is my literal helpmate. She is going to do any and everything in her power to make sure that we are successful, and vice versa. Just the importance of marriage. And we are going to have an entire episode on Black American marriage. Because it's the dynamics like this. I want y'all to know. I want y'all to read this, hear this again. Not having sufficient capital to enter business for himself, he accepted employment in private families, while his wife, who through all of the years in which he has been in business has rendered him invaluable assistance, carried on a small catering business from their home. In this way, Mr. Moultrie was able to save his entire monthly earnings, which together with the small income from the business were placed regularly each month in a savings institution in Yonkers. So again, when it comes down to Junius G. Groves, in the same way that they were super thrifty with their bread, they were intentional with their money. We're not about to spend a bunch of money on frivolous shit just because we have a little bit of a surplus this month. We're going to stay disciplined, we're going to stay focused, and we're going to use our money for the right things. We're going to stack our bread up. See, this is back when you could save your bread and the interest rates on the savings and all this other stuff could actually get you some more money. And then also, because you have businesses that you are attending to, literally, that you want to continue to invest in, your money could be better spent in other places. There's no need to go down to whatever district or whatever street or whatever avenue to spend your money on consumer goods that you're not going to be able to make your money on. It's smarter to keep stacking up your bread. And that's exactly what a lot of the ancestral entrepreneurs did. So that's just a lesson, a consistent lesson that we can learn from these guys. When enough had been accumulated in this way, Mr. Moultrie purchased a home and then began to plan for a permanent and central place of business. There was a steady increase in the volume of trade carried on from Mr. Moultrie's home, and his wife soon found that she could not manage the growing business and at the same time properly superintend the preparation of the articles which they served and sold. The demands for their services soon increased to such an extent that Mr. Moultrie was compelled to give up his work in order that he might devote his whole attention to the development of what has proved to be a rare business opportunity. So again, kept his head down, kept all of his ducks in a row. He didn't forsake his for show for some mo. And it got to the point to where his some mo became as for show as the previous for show, and was like, well, listen, we are now incentivized to go all in on this new shit, because this new shit is it's hard to keep up with demand. We gotta supply the demand. That's when you pivot. When your side hustle is making more money than your main gig and all that, that's when you pivot. Stay comfortable, stay smart, stay intelligent. When you're dealing with more than one stream of income, don't forsake one for the other until one has shown itself to be heads and shoulders better. And then even if it has, still figure out a way if you can maintain the lesser one now. That your day job has now become less money than your side hustle, whatever. Don't just give up your day job bread. See if you can incorporate the two. See if you can still live with both. It's just more money. But this is just a better strategy than jumping out the window, leaving your 9 to 5, leaving your day job for a dream, and then the dream costs you more money than it makes, and then you're not able to actually recoup, and you're not able to sustain yourself, and now you worrying about where the rent about to come from. You dig? So the trade increased out of proportion to the capital at his command. He soon foresaw that he could not hold the trade he and his wife had gained unless he could open a store and get a general trade to support the catering business. So it's like, yo, listen, we can't keep doing this out the crib. We can't keep doing this out the crib. Like, this is too much. We got lines of people. People are like literally treating us like a store, and we're doing this out of the crib. We have to get a store. You know what I'm saying? So here we go. In 1878, Mr. Moultrie rented and opened a downtown store in the heart of Yonkers. At the end of the first day, Mr. Moultrie says that he had not had a single customer and that he did not possess $1 in ready cash. He has since known nothing like this first day's experience. The business now carried on by this established amounts to $25,000 annually. And at the beginning, when his business was small, he delivered his goods from his house on foot. When large parties were to be served, he was compelled to make 2 and 3 trips, carrying his burden upon his shoulders. Man, this is what I be saying, what niggas is willing to do to get rich. What they were willing to do to get rich. Every generation, every century has their own equivalent. We have a 21st century equivalent to this. Are you willing to do it? Are you willing to? Because, Sammy, where you at? This is 1907. Where you at, Sammy? 1907, 25 grand. You feel me? Where you at, Sammy? $25,000 a year in 1907. You feel me? What we dealing with? But anyway, people, like, he was willing to literally carry the food on his shoulders and make 2 or 3 trips to make sure everybody got the food. Running with the food. Making sure everybody was fed. Are you willing to do the 21st century equivalent of that? Sammy hit us up. He says, $25,000 in 1907 is worth $861,638.30. So we're talking almost $1 million a year. So the first day, no money. But he has since known nothing like this first day. The business now carried on by this establishment amounts to $25,000 annually. The adjusted for inflation for that is over $860,000. You feel me? So what's that? 1878 to 1907. What's that? 30 years? 31 years? Something like that? What's the math on that? 1878 to 1907. All right. At the present time, Mr. Moultrie has regularly in his employ, I am informed, no less than 10 wagons. Shortly after he opened his downtown store, and in order to be more centrally located and have still more room to meet his growing trade, Mr. Moultrie moved into a store in the music hall building. The building is located on the main thoroughfare and is the public gathering place of Yonkers. In this building is a concert hall, the main post office, and other public office. Obviously, prime location. In this building, Mr. Moultrie went into this building as a renter. He is now one of its owners. Come on. Yeah, I'm about to say 30 years. So he had to grind. He bought the property or rented it in 1878. And by 1907, he was making $1 million a year. Come on. That's just on the grind to get there. Let's see what he did, right? So, because now he went and he bought another location downtown, He now is he's in the music hall building. Let's see. He went in as a renter, and now he's one of its owners. Mr. Moultrie's business is not confined to Yonkers, not confined to Yonkers or Westchester County. He has a permanent and valuable trade among the wealthy people of New York City. The citizens of Yonkers have been taught to believe that no person can excel the wares turned out by the Moultrie Company. Wow. That's crazy. So niggas, when they come into that bitch, be like, yo, listen, yo, if you trying to get into the business of catering in Yonkers, that's cool. Just know you're not about to make more money than Mr. Moultrie. As long as you cool with being number 2 at best. Oh, man. He was permanent and valuable trade. So here we go. Mr. Moultrie has made nearly all that he now possesses out of his business. He is one of the largest taxpayers of his city. He is the proprietor of the largest apartment house in Yonkers and owns valuable realty in other sections of the city. He owns stock in several of the Yonkers banks and is an important factor in the commercial life of the community. His name has been upon the bond of more than one of the county officers. So that means they like, yo, co-sign me, Moultrie. Hold me down, Moultrie. I need you to co-sign me on that. In his early years at Yonkers, there was one man who took special pains to befriend him when he was struggling. That man has since been several times elected judge of one of the county courts. Mr. Moultrie now assumes entirely the required bond of his early friend. So the only person to fuck with me when I was broke and I was struggling is now somebody who also moves and shaking Yonkers. So guess what happens when motherfuckers try to pull some funny shit and I know the judge? Niggas trying to sue me on some fuku boot, like niggas trying to do me bad. Competition trying to come and muscle me. Like, I know a judge and we was cool since before I got paper. Now I got paper and we and him rocking. He a judge. I'm rich. Let's keep it going. The representative organization of Westchester County is the Citizens Association. Mr. Moultrie is, all right, so 45, and then hold on, gang. So we still don't got 46? Oh, my goodness. We was almost there. All right. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. All right. So, Building and Loan Society. I know it's about to be something fire, too. Treasurer of the Reliable Mutual Aid and Improvement Company. The treasurer of the Reliable Businessmen's Building. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like, yo, why did I get rich? If not to help Black Americans. Like, that's the whole point, bro. Like, if I'm rich and I build this institution, I build this school, I build this whatever, and it's going to be to the benefit of other Black people, I am going to be the man. Yes, I will be able to help people, but motherfuckers will remember me, love me, revere me, support me whenever I need to be supported because I support them. You feel me? Glasgow, what's going on, brother? You missing a lot, bro. You missing a lot. We 2.5 hours in already. But we getting to it. I can tell you that. We getting to it. When it comes down to the caterers and the restaurateurs. I'm gonna have to assume that they're talking about Mr. Trower, but it's like, damn, son, they disconnected us. Let's see if they disconnected us. Yeah, that's it. They disconnected us. Damn, son. How they gonna do that to us? We was doing our thing with this chapter too. Damn. So we need 46, 47, 48. Well, we got 48. We need 46, 47, 51, and 50. Yeah, so we need 50 and 51. Damn, son. Damn. All right, it's all good. It's all good. Let's just finish up the chapter. It's all good. Hold He is a member of the board of trustees for the Home for Aged and Infirm Colored People and member of the board of trustees for the Olive Cemetery. As president of the Pennsylvania Sunday School Convention, it was he who suggested the necessity of the establishment of an industrial and theological school in the state of Pennsylvania. Of course. That's all the ancestors did. I wanted y'all to know that all the ancestors did was read the Bible, build shit, and have babies. That's all they cared about. God, family, and getting to the bag. That's it. They weren't preoccupied with nothing else. Yeah, we're going to have a good time. We might go to a baseball game. We might go to the speakeasy and dance and drink a little bit. But, if we not going to church and having a close relationship with God, us getting closer as a family, or us getting to the bag, that's it, bro. That's it. That's what we doing. Monday through Sunday, bro. This is what we doing. I woke up today to get closer to God, get closer to my family, and get closer to that bag. That's it. That's it. The things that the ancestors highlight, I believe them. I want y'all to know this as a rule of thumb. Okay, this is something this is one of my little things, right? When it comes down to ingredients, right, whether you talking about like salad dressing or cereal, like no matter what, whenever you look at the nutritional facts, you feel me? Whenever you look at the nutritional facts, understand that the first ingredient that they list in the ingredient list is the most predominant ingredient in that list. And that's usually how people operate mentally too. The thing that makes them happy the most is going to be the first thing that they say. The things that makes them angry the most, you feel me, is going to be the first thing that they say. The first things, just like you think about like the Bill of Rights or the Constitution and shit like that, right? The First Amendment is being able to say whatever the fuck you want. That's the most important thing. Top of the mind, freedom of speech, being able to talk. And right after that was what? Being able to defend your speech with your gun. It's the same thing when it came to the ancestors. When you see how they operate, what did they prioritize as far as 1 and 2? God, which would be the church, and then the schools, which would be the education of the following generation, which is just you, again, family. God and then family. Number 1 and number 2. If you don't got nothing else on planet Earth, if you butt naked, okay? If you butt naked, you don't have nothing. You own zero. You own nothing. You have God and you have your family. That's going to be the first 2 things that the ancestors care about. Because without those 2, you nothing and nobody anyway. And then after that, your pursuit of, education, wealth, those types of things. Right immediately after. But again, the most foremost thing on your mind, okay, is going to be the first thing that you speak out of your mouth. That's how this shit works. That's how the brain works. Okay. Memphis says Bible building babies. I'm trying to tell you, man, the 3 B's. That's what the ancestors were on. Keeping God in their life first, keeping family second, and then, of course, the proliferation of themselves, their household, and their community right after that. That's how it works with the ancestors, man. And I'm envious of the people, because I told people about the backlog, right? I tweeted and said, the backlog of Hotep history is so dope because none of it is going to feel dated because all of it is history. So you can go back to episode 5 and this is still going to be relevant to you because I'm just relaying these morals and these stories from the histories. You feel me? So this is going to make sense. So we at episode 51. We'll be at episode 500. You can still come back to episode 51. And I ain't going to lie, a lot of it is going to be corroborated from the subsequent episodes anyway. If you go back, I'm pretty sure I said something similar. You know what I'm saying? So if you continuously tapped into Hotep history, it is going to rearrange the way you think about yourself and the way you think about your ancestors. And you see primary source. I didn't make this book up. This book was written in 1907. This book was written over 100 years before we came together tonight. I didn't have to make any of this stuff up. I'm just highlighting to you the stuff that the ancestors actually wanted to be highlighted and not what non-Black American ancestors wanted to be highlighted. The abolitionists wanted to highlight slavery and shit like that because it gives them a pat on the back for ending it. You feel me? Booker T. Washington highlighting all of this, moving and shaking, because it's like, this is what I need. The kids need to know this shit. Shout out to the abolitionists and all that other shit, but it's like, if you ain't getting money, take your broke ass home. Straight up. So let's get back to it. So this is obviously talking about somebody named Mr. Trower. So let's see. He purchased a farm in Downingtown, Pennsylvania, and held it in trust until the Baptists of the state were enabled, and at their last convention, to assume the responsibility of the purchase. Mr. Trower is very active in charitable work, where he is performing a service which the ordinary person cannot see and know. Again, more philanthropy, and being able to help the next man, the next black man. It's innate in us. That's why when motherfuckers get to talking about the government, food stamps and all this other shit, unfortunately, this is the energy that is missing. This is the energy that you forsaked for relying on the government. Where you did have wealthy black men and women being like, hell yeah, why would I have my neighborhood or my community go hungry? How much do they need? What are we looking at here? Oh, it's gonna be, a $2,000 investment. It's gonna be this much many $1,000s. It's gonna take this much manpower. It's gonna take this much X, Y, and Z. And it was like, okay, cool. I'll give what I can give. I'll contact the other wealthy black Americans in this area, whatever. We'll be able to make sure that we're sustaining these people, also giving training, education, so they can move up the economic and socio-economic ladder as well. Like, we're going to create all of these different societies to help. Like, that's what it was all about. It wasn't about relying on the fucking government. This is the same entity that historically has put us in bondage. Why the fuck will we look to them to look out for us in a general sense? It doesn't make any pragmatic sense. Going back to my earlier rant. So anyway, in addition to his caterers trade, he does a lucrative real estate. He does a lucrative real estate business. He owns considerable property in both Germantown and Ocean City, New Jersey, where he has his summer residence. I didn't know if it was Sumner or Summer. Real quick, Mr. Charles' wife was Miss Matilda Daniels of Haymarket, Virginia. Mrs. Trower is a very amiable wife and mother, and takes any active part in the business, as well as rearing a family of 6 children. I'm trying to tell y'all, all throughout this book, that's what the dynamic of marriage is placed in these entrepreneurs' lives. She's absolutely integral to the success of this home. She's absolutely integral to the success of this family, this business. She's needed. Like the concept of a gender war and all that other shit is so fucking foreign to the ancestors. It's like, why would I be beefing with him inherently? Just by virtue of him being a man. Toxic masculinity and all this other shit. Like, why? Nigga busts his ass every day to take care of us. Yes, I'm going to help him. That's just how it goes, bro. It's symbiotic. It's supposed to be fruitful and mutually beneficial for everybody. The wife, the husband, the children. That's how it's supposed to be. People supposed to be working together. It's supposed to be a well-oiled machine. You understand? Like, all of the wives in this book, I cannot stress this enough. All of the wives in this book are described this way. Invaluable assistants. Being these great, helps to their husband. Knowing that he has a vision, sees his vision, working his ass off. Like, yo, whatever you need me to do, whatever needs to be done, I'm going to get it done because you doing what needs to be done. Nigga ain't sitting back on the couch like this while his wife busts her ass all day. No. They both get into it. And you know how much time that chops away from having to, do it on your own? That's the whole reason why the family business model was what it is. It's the reason why you had your 8-year-old great uncle who was working on the fields with your great grandfather and shit like that. Like, yeah, he was 8, but we needed him. All hands on deck. I tell y'all all of the time. And then y'all live in I lived in the hood. Next door to me, I'm talking about literally, this is my crib. This is the Chinese food store. Next door to my crib was a Chinese food store ran by whatever ethnicity or Asian. You feel me? Could have been Chinese, could have been Korean. It don't really matter. They selling Americanized, anglicized, Chinese food to Americans in the middle of a ghetto. But she had all of her children working in that kitchen, working the register. All of them. It was 3 of them or 2 of them. One of them, it was more than one. And they all were working in the kitchen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The things that you see that these immigrants do when they come over to America, they view it as a lick and be able to set up businesses and make money and da-da-da-da-da, and all the stuff that you see immigrants do, that's just literally coming from the Black American ancestral playbook. The Black American ancestral playbook of economics, politics, and community and culture. That's where that shit come from. So when you start talking about, the Indians and the Arabs and the Hispanics and all these different people that are coming from other places around the world and they're opening up stores in the ghettos and the black communities and making money off of us and da-da-da-da, that blueprint comes from Black Americans. That blueprint comes from ancestral Black Americans, and that's the reason why our communities were able to thrive in spite of the racism and discrimination and shit like that, because that's all we had was a bunch of black businesses, and the black businesses understood that, we are going through something as a collective, so let me do what I can with my surplus. Let me put my surplus right back into the community. Let me put my surplus back into the savings of my goods and services. Let me make sure that I'm starting investment companies and putting money behind the local banks and being able to invest in the infrastructure of my community. But the Arabs, the Hispanics, and all these different people, the Indians and all of that take our money, they don't have that incentive. They don't care. You could drown for all they give a fuck. But a black man owning a corner store, seeing the people on his block not being able to sustain themselves in a particular way, is going to do what he can. Like, see how many people I can hire, see how many other business owners I know that can help these people. We can pool our resources to be able to do whatever we can. Because not only are these my people, but they are also the reason why I'm able to sustain myself. They're my customer base. There was no bad blood between black homeowners or landowners and shit like that and their tenants. You saw, I don't know how many different times, whether it be Hannah Elias or Philip A. Payton Jr. or anybody else evicting non-black Americans out of these buildings and being like, come on over. Now you have a place to stay. I know how they treat us on the real estate tip. So listen, I own this property. I done evicted all of the white people. I done evicted all of the non-black American people. And now I want black Americans to be occupying this building. That's what I be talking about with the 5 groups. Where you have the professional, you have the you have the professional, the commercial, you have the industrial, then you have the intellectual, and then the political. Those are going to be the 5 groups that are going to be the ones behind Black American advancement. And you know that the top 3 are going to be the ones, because again, going back into priorities and what we prioritize, that's going to be what we prioritize. So you got the industrial, the commercial, and the professionals. Those are going to be your top 3. The people that build shit, the people that sell shit, and the people that that serve shit. And then you're going to have the intellectual in the political groups to be able to protect and back us up. You smart motherfuckers, you political motherfuckers, back us up while we busting our ass building for the community. That's how the 5 groups were always supposed to work together. And then people infiltrated the intellectual group and was like, well, looking down on the Negroes is way better. Treating them like, they're second class to you, will actually kind of have us like you a little bit better. Now you could be our token Negro and come on over to our predominantly white situations and feel special, be a big fish in a small pond. You feel me? So the intellectual and the political class, they like, well, shit, we could just sell these other 3 out and make off like fucking bandits. And that's what happened. That's what happened. So, back to the book. The position that Mr. Trower has attained in the community in which he lives has made it possible for him to be of great service to other members of his race. So I just want you to know I'm not making this shit up, man. I'm not coming to, in ridiculous conclusions, and I really be proud of myself. I'm the ancestor whisperer. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm gonna have to start like popping more shit. I'm really the ancestor whisperer for real. Like, niggas don't be understanding the ancestors like I be understanding the ancestors. Mainly because I'm largely the only one still crazy enough to read 150-year-old books and shit like that. And people have already have these foregone conclusions about the ancestors. They were these feeble-minded, second-class citizens and shit like that. And, they largely view them the same way that our ancestors' enemies viewed them. But they don't see the irony in that at all. And it's the reason why you motherfuckers be so willing to self-destruct and destroy shit around you, because you don't have any reverence for what came before you. And that literally comes from your enemy. Your enemy doesn't see any, have any affinity or have any reverence for your fucking ancestors. So, yeah, of course, burn that shit down, tear it down. They don't give a fuck. Ask your little white allies how they give a fuck about your ancestors. I promise you, they're going to be like, oh, it was so backwards back then. Everybody was backwards. They'll frame your great granny and your great grandfather as some backward ass people, and all he did was beat on her, and all she did was breastfeed and make dinner. Where we can see here, primary source, where wives all through this book have been lauded, celebrated, uplifted, and exalted for all of the things that they were able to do in helping their husbands. You see what I'm saying? The narratives coming straight from the ancestors are not this bullshit that you getting. I really want y'all to understand, son. Like, when it come down to like being able to, feel a particular type of pride and all that other shit, like, it has to come from stories like this. You having pride in your degradation, you having pride in your oppression and shit like that only leads to you being this angry motherfucker who can't be talked to. Motherfuckers can't relate to you at all. You can't relate to them because you just walking around fucking angry all goddamn day. That's not my fault, son. It's not my fault. But if you read more Booker T. Washington books, if you read more newspaper articles that showed dope ass shit, you wouldn't be bitching like that. You wouldn't. Markel says they don't even care about their own ancestors. Man, telling you, every last one of them was just a bunch of evil white people. If you ask them, they don't give a fuck about their ancestors. Shit, they don't be giving a fuck about their elders. You know what I mean? Little liberal white women I've done seen say fuck her dad, fuck her parents. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, that's your daddy. You know that, right? Yo, listen. My mother not super liberal and shit like that, but she not some super duper conservative either. I'm not about to disown my mother because she didn't really have an issue with Kamala. Like, it's my mama, nigga. Like, what you talking about? I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck who my mother wants to vote for, bro. Like, that's still my mama. Like, I'm the Hotep in the family. Like, I'm the nigga at the barbecue that everybody is clutching their burgers and they drinks. Like, oh shit, here come this nigga. He like, what you got to say? Come on, tell us what the real reason for X, Y, and Z is. Come on, Mr. Know-It-All. That's me. I get made fun of at the barbecue. The old heads like to debate me because they love being like, well, you wasn't even there. You wasn't even there. You gonna sit there trying to tell me and I lived through it. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm confident in my scholarship. And so I get that you experience one life during this one decade in this one city at your address and shit like that. But like, I'm kind of broadening what I'm saying, OG, Unc. So yeah, like, when it comes to that, like, I would hate for them to disown me for being Hotep. So I'm not about to disown them for politics or views and shit like that. I tell you all the time, my close cousin, my blood cousin, my granny's, you know what I'm saying? Like, we both got the same granny type cousin. My first cousin, she's a prominent person for an organization that I do not agree with. That's still my baby. That's still my family. And I'm proud of her. You feel me? So, like, when it comes down to this shit, it's still family over all of this shit. So, yeah, them not even caring about their own pops is crazy, son. Word, Markel. Crazy out here in the white world. Let's finish this chapter so we can get to the archives. He has established a business in which a number of them find employment and have an opportunity to obtain a business and have an opportunity to obtain a business experience and training. His own success, and in many cases, his positive aid and support has given encouragement to a number of young men, and his influence in the community has enabled him to be in many ways a friend of the colored people and a leader of his race. Told you. That's it. Success begets more success. I'm in a position now to create successful young men. And all you little niggas that actually want to follow in my footsteps and actually be successful, I've created an environment for you to go ahead and replicate what I just did and what I just said. And that's what I'm talking about. Being able to duplicate and replicate. He says right here, he has established a business in which a number of them find employment, getting money, getting paid, and have an opportunity to obtain a business experience and training. You understand? It's always about more people. More people. We need more. It's the complete opposite of gatekeeping. We need as many people in the motherfucking building. You feel me? We need as many people in the building. So once I get in, I'm gonna let as soon as I figure this shit out, I'm about to tell you. That's what it was about. As soon as I figure this shit out, I'm going to tell you about it. And then I'm going to create an environment for you to know it. So that way, when somebody comes up under you, I'll be long dead. I'll be long gone. I'll be an old man, whatever. They're gonna be coming up under you, pause, and being like, yo, how did you get successful? And the person that got you successful was a black man, and now you teaching a black boy how to be successful like you. And this is in 1907. Do you honestly think that these black men weren't going through racism? Do you honestly think these black men weren't experiencing discrimination in housing, in law, in voting, and all of that stuff? Do you not think they were going through oppression? Do you think these people were just some special black people that were able to just conduct business in this country unimpeded? Or were they black people who were going through pure hell but made it heaven? Or were they people that actually understood that there's going to be opposition no matter what era you're born in and got to it regardless, and inspired their entire community or the young men in their community to be able to follow in their footsteps and then create and facilitate an environment to where that's actually viable and possible? That's what it's all about. Yes, racism exists, my nigga. There are people legitimately right now, my age and older, who are still calling for the ending of racism. The ending of racism. There are people right now that won't rest until racism is ended. Could you imagine such a ridiculous thing to hinge your life's work on? I'm here to end racism. Off the dribble, that would only incentivize racist people to be even more racist, to be totally honest. It would only incentivize, like, I got to crank up my racism. There's this one guy who thinks he's about to end racism. You feel me? One guy. I'm about to ramp it up. It's like one guy saying that we about to get rid of American gun owners or American guns. Are you insane? There's somebody printing a gun right now in his bedroom. Okay? I seen somebody print a Gatling gun. Print, yes, 3D print. People are 3D printing guns. Right now, as we speak, you will never be able to get rid of guns in this country. If you worked for the rest of your life, to go around this country to confiscate all of the guns. First of all, you'll be shot dead before you got any place. You would have made no progress. You would have been shot dead. Okay? That's one. But two, I'm trying to tell you something, dog. Like, there is no ending racism. It's done. That's what Matthew McConaughey say in Wolf of Wall Street. It's fugazi. It's not real. Like, you're not getting rid of racism, G. Like, what? You think you about to get rid of implicit bias? You shitting me? Computers are not even impervious to this shit. I remember when the scans for like the fucking paper towel shits. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? The paper towel dispensers, or you gotta put your fucking hand under the sensor. Them motherfuckers don't even pick up black skin good. The fucking sensors they wasn't even trained on nigga hands. Like, what are you talking about, son? You were never getting rid of racism. Buckle up. Buckle up, my G, and I'm gonna let you know I ain't gonna never stop being racist. Are you stupid? It's one of my superpowers. It's one of my great rights that I have in this country to be a racist. I don't care how you feel about it. I do not care how you feel about it. I'm gonna say what I want to say. You understand? Let's see. Markel says mentorship. Oh no. CWJ says, what is that book again? Sorry I'm late. Are you talking about... Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm skipping. Sammy says, dudes be like, well, I wasn't there, true, but I got the ancestors that were. Yeah, like, I'm coming with, like, trust and believe, bro. I don't have to have been there because I read the words of the people who were there. I don't gotta argue with you, nigga. I don't care that you 60 and I'm 35. I'm telling you, because you was a child. Let's not get it fucked up. That's like me arguing with somebody about what happened, what was going down in 1990. It's like I was literally a year old. Not even. It wasn't until the end of 1990 that I was a year old. I can't, give a real compelling argument about what was happening on the ground in 1990 versus somebody who was, a young adult. So, like, me turning one and you being 16, it's heads and shoulders. Like, it's a whole different world. It's a whole different life. You 16 in 1990. Of course you know more. So I get all of that, but it's like, if you would have wrote that book down and wrote that down in the book and I'm using that against somebody who was maybe a little bit younger than me or whatever, I could point to the person like, no, he was here. But like, you can't speak for everything. You can't speak for all things. And that's the reason why I like to have multiple sources about this shit. Y'all seen me? We pulled up multiple sources about one fucking subject one night. Like, we just needed to corroborate. I forgot what it was because we be researching. Like, all we do is read and research on this bitch. And I want y'all to know this is the mode. I want y'all. This is the framing. This is the bedrock of Hotep History Live. We come together. We research together. We read together. We pontificate on the material. We'll be able to have intellectual conversation. I don't know if y'all peep this shit. Even when we talking about jokes and shit like that, and we cracking jokes, it's still a level of intellectualism that's being used here. Nobody's making stupid, ignorant jokes and shit like that. We talking real shit. That joke that Sammy just told us about reading primary sources. You feel me? So, welcome to Hotep History. We're getting smarter and intelligent is second nature over here. Let's see. CWJ, no, wait. Glasgow says, I have to share this primary source with my wife. We often have these convos. Absolutely, Glasgow. This is the Negro in business. We're done with this chapter. That's all we was reading tonight as far as this book. We might do Hotel Keeper next time. But yeah, so let's zoom back out. Everybody that's asking me, what's this book? You already know Hotep is going to give it up. This is the Negro in Business, published in 1907 by none other than the illustrious Booker T. Washington. Booker to Talia Farrow Washington. Get into it. Download it. Search for it. You'll be able to download it to your phone or whatever device that you have. So now we can get to Markel. Sorry, bro. hitting you with the crazy cliffhanger when it comes to reading your comment. It says mentorship and apprenticeship is something that I think has messed the youth up, not having it so readily available. I had it, and it had a direct impact on my life. For sure. I told niggas I was working 13-hour days at 13 years old. Don't regret it at all. Don't regret it at all. I did not want to go to school. You see how much we read. You see how much, you know what I'm saying? You see my mental math ain't the greatest. It ain't the greatest, and it's not because it's not great. It's because I'm in show mode, and I don't want to stop and do the mental math, so I'd just rather have Sammy do it. You feel me? Because Sammy is sitting there. He ain't on no show. He just, in the comments, he holding it down. Sammy might as well be a part of the show. I ain't gonna lie. But, yeah, I delegate that to Sammy and Crystal. Like, yo, what year was that? How much was that of Justice for Inflation? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's just good. That's keeping them engaged. That's keeping them here, letting me know that we locked in. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sammy. So with me, yeah, my mentor meant a lot to me. My mentor meant more than my teachers. My mentor meant more than everybody in my hood. Everybody that was going, my mother, like, nah, son. Like, my moms ain't never tell me nothing wrong. So it wasn't like my mother, you know, me and her had that type of beef. You know what I'm saying? So where she was trying to tell me wrong or nothing, like somebody else was trying to tell me to do right. But yo, between her and Hev, like, yeah, son, like the men, the older, like the actual men in my life, the young men in my life, they was on some bullshit. They wanted as many people to move their drugs for them and shit like that. And I'm 13, so why not Doe, right? So Doe selling drugs for these niggas, but then there's niggas that's actually got families and shit like that to where it's like, nah, bro, read this fucking book. Do you know who Francis Cress Wilson is? Like, you know what I'm saying? They hitting me with all of that type of shit. It's like, yo, bro, you need to know where the fuck you come from. You know what I'm saying? Before you running around here talking about this, that, and the third, sit your ass down and read the ISIS papers. And write a book report on it. Ain't no teacher in my high school or my middle school telling me to read the fucking ISIS papers, brother. Sorry. My white teachers didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. My black teachers either. They might have cared about that shit on their own time, but when they was teaching me in school, K through 12, ain't none of that shit was happening. They taught me how to run a business. They taught me how to talk to women. They taught me like shit that I literally use to this very day at 35, turning 36. Shitting me? So, yes, let's get to the archives. I gotta charge my phone. So, just to let y'all know, if you're wondering why it's like a little dim over here, is because the little box that you actually see right here, that little white box, that shit started smoking on me, gang. It started smoking on me. I had to unplug it, so I have to find another surge. But then I found another surge protector. You feel me? And that shit started just automatically shutting off. Like, even while this was happening. I don't know if y'all can go back in the stream while I was like fidgeting with this shit. So right now, it's just like, you know, I gotta find a place to charge my phone. Because all of the USB ports on my laptop are being used. We got the camera, we got the monitor, we got the Hotep history, son. We got a lot of shit being used over here. So I'm gonna figure it out, man. I'm gonna figure it out. It's not a big deal. But I say all that to say that I have to charge my phone. I have to figure out how to charge my phone. So, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta charge my jack. I'll just put the comments on because I usually read the comments from my phone, but I'll just put them up on Twitter. Let's see. Crystal says the ancestors were not ignorant about racism. They just understood that it was a factor of life, but it wasn't going to stop them from progressing and making it happen. That's a fact, man. It's a fucking fact. Like, has racism gone anywhere in 2025? Do y'all not see what I see on the timeline? Like, what? Be right back. All right. We're back. We are back. I cannot believe 3 hours went by that damn quick. Let me pull up the chat. YouTube is so ass, man. I be wanting to play mad joints and they just be like, copyright strike. That should be annoying. That should be annoying. I can't lie to you. Throw 100 in a gas tank. Spend 20,000 with the gas, man. I'm just pulling up the chat. And you know what's so funny about OBS? I'm supposed to be able to see the chat from OBS, but I can't ever see it. And I don't know where the hell I'm supposed to see it at, but you know, it's all good, y'all. We rocking out for another 30 to an hour. We're going to go over these archives and I'm going to get out the way. Because I do be feeling bad to having y'all up super late. Because everybody needs their rest. You dig? Everybody needs their rest. Why is it taking so long? So yeah, just to reiterate, the book was called The Negro in Business by Booker T. Washington. The GOAT. The GOAT. Okay. Well, let's just exit then, because I ain't got no time. All right, let's get to the archives. I can't read your comments just yet, because Google Chrome is acting a fool. Acting goofed out. All right. So, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 should be enough. 4 should be enough tabs for the night. We talk about it. I do want to know from you guys, though. All of you guys who watch my show week in and week out, am I covering the subjects to your liking? Because I want to make sure that you guys are actually grasping what, I'm trying to convey here and what I'm trying to teach and stuff like that. Like, I want you guys to actually we learned about Black American caterers and restaurateurs. Like, I want that to be, what it is. And while I obviously am going to share these anecdotal, instances in Black American history, I still want to be able to have some type of overview, some type of overarching narrative that I'm talking about for each subject. I think I've been doing that, but I just want to be mindful you guys literally have the ability to let me know. So I wanted to know that. So just let me know, am I covering these topics to your liking? Is there something that you will be, looking for me to do more of or less of? Just let me know. So we got this. But like I told y'all, I want to make sure that I can see y'all comments. It's so wicked that OBS is on that BS. OBS is on that OBS. Oh, there we go. Is that it? Is that what the chat is? If the chat about to come up right here, I'd greatly appreciate it. So this is before we even get into the caterers. This was like a little PSA for Black American business owners. This was written in 1947. So shout out to that. Okay, there we go. There go the chat. Here we go. Let me Make it its own little window. Yeah. I want to read it. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm seeing comments that I didn't see before. Okay. Sammy says that's a tall task. That's like saying you're going to end sin. You trying to be Jesus, bro? Word, son. Like, what are you thinking? Markel says, I'm West Coast, no problem. Power says, get those likes up, get those likes up. That's a fact. Like, man, I don't be saying it much, man, but obviously I want you guys to like and subscribe, son. You feel me? Like, I be so focused on giving y'all the good content, making sure that I'm giving y'all the good game, the good histories, like, excuse me, the good historical context and stuff like that. I don't be worrying about all of that fucking housekeeping shit, man. Make sure you subscribe to the Patreon. Make sure you like and subscribe to the YouTube and all of the different things. I tell you that at the top of the show. After that, I don't even be thinking about giving those alerts, man. So make sure that y'all do that. Listen to what Power says. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Vincent, man. Sammy says, I enjoy the coverage. I think post-production, the shorts are great as well. All right, for sure. All right, got you. So like I said, this is more of a PSA before we get into any notable caterers. We've went through a few of them tonight, but I saw the rudimentary stuff. You know, I do my little speed read and then I'm out the way. I just go to the next thing that I'm looking at. I'm not sure if we're gonna read the whole thing, but I think this was important to say. This is something that we're dealing with still to this very day. So it's real relevant. So it says overworking the race appeal. You already know we about to get to. Make sure we at the bottom of the likes. All right, bottom of the comments. The doctrine of the double duty dollar, herein founded and propounded, is based essentially upon race loyalty. It is the doctrine that Negroes should trade with Negroes until such time as they can trade with them because they can render the desired services. Opponents of the doctrine have appropriately argued that there is danger that Negroes might fail to give services and rely too heavily upon the race appeal. This, of course, an abuse of the possibilities that here in the doctrine that when we trade with Negroes, our dollars do double duty, and so that they get services and goods desired, and at the same time, they give Negroes jobs, thus doing double duty. The race appeal today is powerful, and in some cases, it is being employed for unworthy ends. Okay? Keep this in mind. The Negro who expects to be forever carried forward in business merely because of race loyalty is unworthy of the advantages to be gained thereby. So all you black business owners that just be like, yo, support black just simply because I'm black, y'all are actually making it bad for black American business owners who not only have an affinity for their people and would like their people to have an affinity for them, but also actually provide top quality goods and services. Top quality. Okay? You're fucking it up for everybody. Okay? This writer knows of an eating establishment founded by a Negro caterer that by sheer dint of the Negro's industry and reliability in service became nationwide in its fame. Nationwide. Because again, this was written in 1947. We've already read a book from 1907, 40 years prior to this news article, talking about how black Americans were predominantly in this field. Catering, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So based upon the lineage and the history of black Americans being inside of this industry, this person was able to ride off that. Okay? Let's see. People from all parts of the country would betake themselves to this eating place once they struck this city. The business grew, and the founder reaped a bountiful reward for the fine services that he made traditional. Okay? Let's keep it going. Then his business became afflicted with a certain type of Negro waitress who was semi-insolent and saucy. Saucy being the adjective is hilarious. There was never any swiftness in serving patrons. It mattered not who was the guest or what the occasion. The waitresses forced a long waiting. There were times when business was not brief and waitresses were sufficient in number, but the guests had to wait and wait. Any attempt on the part of the guests to hurry matters only brought down the contempt of the waitresses, who always evinced the take it or leave it attitude. Now, Chad, you know, and I know that black restaurants, while not all of them, but what's my son name? What's my son name with the dreads? Light skinned nigga that do all of the restaurant reviews. What's his name? Lee. His name is Lee. I know y'all gonna tell me in the chat in just a second. But him, I've seen enough of his videos going nationwide, going across the country, being like, yo, I bought it, rated 1 through 10, boom, 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 boom. Great reviews for a lot of restaurants. Was able to bless them, invest in their business, and due to the audience and the viewership of his TikTok and stuff like that, brought more new business to these companies and these restaurants and stuff like that. He did an amazing job. Keith Lee, there we go, Sammy. Keith Lee. He came through all of the restaurants who did their thing, held it down with quality, held it down with service, held it down with customer relations, etc., cleanliness, all of that. He gave them 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. And then all of the people who gave subpar service, it was 5s, 4s, and 3s. And you saw, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't a black thing. It wasn't none of that shit. It was, all of the restaurants were predominantly black. So it wasn't a race thing. It was company culture. It was culture. It was based on work ethic. It was based upon what you believed should be highlighted as far as your restaurant business. And then they were people that were mad at him because they was like, yo, we would have given you better service had we knew it was you buying it. And he was like, that's the problem. Don't try to, you know what I'm saying, make it, don't try to give me special treatment because I'm a celebrity and I'm going to hold you down. Just be great at what you do. Be great in serving your customers no matter who they are. I remember there was this one big fallout that he had where I think his wife went in there or somebody went in there on their behalf and he had given them some extra money or something like that. It was a whole mess. And, that ended up with the business shutting down and shit because people boycotted the business. It was terrible. And all of that meant, like, all you had to do to avoid all of that was just give good service to everybody that walks through your establishment. That alleviates all of that shit, but they didn't. And this is from 1947. You know what I'm saying? This is from 1947. The ancestors have been here before, man. The ancestors have the answers. I'll be trying to tell you that. But anyway, Lost After All. Lost After All has its effects. Eating places sprang up nearby with Jews and Greeks in charge, and soon a great business was bled white and on the verge of bankruptcy because of the semi-impudent, saucy waitresses who failed to give requisite services. Okay. Recently, the manager of the one great Negro business was berating Negroes for not patronizing Negro business. And that's what they do. They give you shitty service and then be like, oh, y'all don't support black. Y'all don't support black. It's like, no, you don't support black, nigga. When I came into your shit, you treated me like shit. You treated me like because I wasn't a rapper or an athlete that I wasn't worth your motherfucking time. You rushed me in. You rushed me out. You didn't give a damn. You just wanted that money and that was it. You treating it like a hustle. Okay? So it says, what we got? Taking their patronage away was the only way the guests could resent the shoddy, semi-impudent services the puffed up waitresses gave in their palmy days. Come on. Recently, I went to the seaside for a day or two and was forced to take meals at a restaurant owned and operated by a white man with a Negro girl waiting. When I arrived for dinner, she was reading the funnies, and after I had waited 10 minutes, the manager called to her to serve me. She finished her reading before she moved and then came over to me and began to rattle off the menu parrot-like in such a fashion that I could not remember at the end what she said at the beginning. When I asked her to repeat, she raised her voice in very impudent fashion and began again the chatter which only she could understand. I ordered a chicken dinner as a compromise. She served it with the most brutal curtness, and any question I chanced to ask about the dinner was met with a reply that was designed to prove that I did not know just what I wanted. I have traveled over a large part of the world and know service when I get it. This girl did not give services, and her take it or leave it attitude was the most outstanding thing about that dinner. If she knew service, she certainly. We gotta scroll all the way back up to the top of the mountain. Oh my goodness! Come on, we almost there. If she knew service, she did not render it. Last summer, Dr. P.B. Young Sr. and I vacationed together down east at some of the best Negro hotels. The story was the same. Smart, semi-insolent waitresses who seem to think that unless one lives in Harlem or his immediate environs, he is simply washed up on what is fitting and proper in hotel services. The exceptions to these conditions only prove the point. There were a few exceptions, very few. We finally struck Martha's Vineyard and took meals at a white eating place. The table assigned was served by a young white girl, evidently a student in one of the New England colleges. She was courteous and polite and went out her way to juggle the menu in order to satisfy us. What? Juggling the menu is crazy. We tipped her no more generously than the Negro girls, but there was little or no comparison in the services. Ah, man. Why will Negroes let whites give better service for the same money? Are we overworking the race appeal? Who wrote this? Dean Gordon Hancock. Oh, man. Now, listen. If that's experience, that's experience. I'm not even about to act like that. What was it? Dean Gordon what? See, my memory's so trash. Dean Gordon B. Hancock. Pause. Let's see if he did anything else of note. Oh, is this him? This might be him, y'all. Was a professor at Virginia Union University. Didn't somebody tell me about Virginia Union University? And a leading spokesman for Black American equality in the generations before the civil rights. Hancock was nationally syndicated columnist for the Norfolk Journal and Guide. So he was a writer and was published in 114 newspapers. So that was him. So he was complaining. Shit. You better serve me right. Had to give my money to the white man. And I just want y'all to know that this article, again, was written in 1947. 1947, this nigga still found a white establishment to eat at. I'm just trying to let you know something. Markel said that was Uncle Hotep. Hancock was born in 96, South Carolina. That's a fire name for a city. Not gonna hold you. Who founded that? 96, South Carolina. That's fire. Known for Southern Conference on Race Relations and Double Duty Dollar. Yeah, that's him. He was a member of the Omega Psi Phi, of course. Greek nigga. Yeah, I was about to say Virginia Union. That sounded familiar. I figured. Was he a new black? He's giving me a little bit of new black. You already know when I hear that your book got an introduction, as introduced in so it was W.E.B. Du Bois's book. Hancock wrote the Associated Negro. Oh, okay, 1951. There was a shout in the heart of Negroes everywhere, for Du Bois had long been our symbol of manhood and integrity. He has shown in 1,000 ways that he is the ablest champion of the Negroes, yet unrealized full citizenship. See, yeah, he might have been a new black. Like, I feel you. Like, listen, there's gonna be certain things that historical or ancestral new blacks, like when I say they're new blacks, I'm saying like the contemporary version of what a new black is, because you know what stands out to me. That fucking hairline. That fucking hairline is egregious, and that gives me I have white friends. Where did he study? Now we gotta know who is his inspiration. So W.E.B. Du Bois was his inspiration? Yeah, see. You know, he's giving a little bit of bourgeoisie. Okay. Hancock proposed a spending plan called Double Duty Dollar that encouraged black people to hold fast to their jobs, land, and money while spending within the black American community. He believed that unemployment was the number one problem for black American people. He also welcomed white philanthropists and teachers who supported black Americans in their struggle for quality education. He came to Virginia Union as a professor. All right. No, hold on. Hancock's article he wrote titled Interracial Hypertension stimulated a reform of the CIC during World War II. It also stimulated the release of the Durham Manifesto. It was an effect of the 1914 Conference Hancock Plan. It asserted that the group was fundamentally opposed to the principle and practice of segregation. Okay, Hancock wrote a speech that stated his position to take a stand against segregation. I mean, then they started the Southern Regional Council in 1944. The purpose was to, quote, attain through research and action programs the ideals and practices of equal opportunity. He went to Harvard. Got you. Yeah, he's giving him new black. Not gonna hold you. The pastor, the educator, lived a life trying to educate the black race and help with self-identity. He had the first course of race relations in Virginia Union. Some of his teachings to his students were that they were not inferior to whites or prone to criminal activity. Okay, I like that. He inspired his people, and his workings were described by his students as, quote, progressing race relations forward. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll ease up off him. That hairline is still egregious. Not gonna lie. This is some crazy work right here. So this is who wrote this article. Basically told niggas, listen, man, if you really give a fuck about the black dollar, if you really give a fuck about supporting black business, then you would do better. So let's get into, because that's, as you can see, that's the reason why that's the reason why catering, that came up with catering. Let's see about this one. Here we go. Jeez, come on now. Let's not be ridiculous. Okay, so first Negro to play in National Women's Opener. I know you like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is golf have to do with catering, Hotep? Well, here we go. Mrs. Ann Gregory, 38 years old, a Negro female caterer for Exclusive University Club in Gary, Indiana, became the first person of her race to play in the USGA. She is twice winner of the Women's National Negro Golf Association Championship. She scored another first by playing the National Women's Opener and the Tam O'Shanter at Chicago. She has visited Phoenix on several occasions, once as a golfer. So, this woman, Mrs. Ann Gregory, she was a caterer, and then she became this world-renowned golf. But as you can see, I want you guys, you already know what I'm about to pinpoint, the Women's National Negro Golf Association. This is what I be trying to tell y'all. We're going to get into the catering, but I did want to look this up in real time to see if we can find something. Women's National Negro Golf. Let's see if we can get something out of it. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness. Oh, I've gone to this before? Oh, that's the National Negro Golf Association. Okay. I can see me going to that. Okay, let's just go to the website. Because it's not gonna give me anything else. So they got it, Women's Chicago Golf. All right. So they got articles on her. We're gonna get to her in just a second. But I just wanted to know if they had it. So let's just go to the National Negro Golf Association just off the strength that it exists. The website exists. 2025, so it's still going strong. Still going strong. So they got what? Atlanta, Cleveland, New York, Philly, Richmond, Washington, D.C., and then independent chapter. I don't even know what that means. I appreciate it still living on to this day, but as you can see, they need a full revamping. A lot of these National Negro Associations need a revamping. There's no reason why they have like this picture does not have to be pixelated whatsoever. None of these pictures have to be pixelated. Al Badreddine? Oh no. Okay. So yeah. Like this is digital. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the National Negro Golf Association. Actually, I commend them. To be totally honest, I commend them for keeping the Negro in the name. To be totally honest with you. It's admirable. So 1965. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Well, I'm not gonna say ain't no way because this is a totally different thing. So this is okay. Anyway, let's get to Anne Gregory before I get too sidetracked. Let's get to Mrs. Anne Gregory. See what they can tell us. Okay, this story appeared in the September 1998 issue of Golf Journal magazine. Gregory died in February 1990 at the age of 77. Okay. Crystal says Hancock went to an HBCU too. All right, so he okay. So I would agree with him on most things, but then on other things, he was on some other shit. But all right. Caroline Coudon has never forgotten her first round match in the 1956 U.S. Women's Amateur Championship, and with good reason. For regardless of the outcome, history will be written that morning of September 17th at the Meridian Hills Country Club in Indianapolis, Indiana. Quote, there was a mob at the first tee, Mrs. Coudon recalls. A lot of them were reporters. I was shocked by the crowd size because in those days, first-round matches didn't often draw so many people. But as most writers noted, no match in the United States women's amateur had ever before included the Negro Women's Golf Association champion. Today, more than 4 decades later, Coudon vividly remembers the words of a club parking attendant to her father before the match. Quote, your daughter better win today, or you better not come back to this parking lot. I had no idea what to expect, she recalls. I'd never seen Anne Gregory play. Gregory's very appearance in the championship was a milestone, but she had another reason for having entered. She loved the game and she loved competition. Alice Dye, who also was a competitor in the women's amateur, remembers simply, quote, Anne was there to play golf. Thurgood Marshall's milestone Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board, of course, which desegregated public schools, was less than 3 years old when Gregory walked onto the course at Meridian Hills. Just 8 months earlier, a federal court had ordered Nashville public golf courses to be open to black Americans. However, in Greensboro, a jury convicted 6 black Americans of trespassing for having played on a public course. In the nation's racially charged social climate, the hatred of many and the hopes of others swirled about Gregory. Born Ann Moore in Aberdeen, Mississippi, on July 25th, 1912, she was only 4 when her mother and father were killed in a car crash. Jesus. Her parents' former employers, a white family named Sanders, took in the orphan and would provide her room and board over the following years in exchange for her working as a maid's helper and later a maid. Okay, wait, hold on. Her parents, a white family, took in the orphan and would provide her room and board over the following years in exchange for her working as a maid's helper and then later a maid. Okay. Wait, my shit is frozen. What's up? Am I frozen on y'all screens? Because I don't got my phone now, so I can't double check. Because it's showing I'm like my camera's froze. Come on. Is my camera froze? Let me know. Because it said I don't got no drop frames. And all 30 of the frames per second is rocking. So I'm froze, but y'all can hear me. Oh, Lord. All right, we just going to have to rock out with the froze screen. We almost done anyway. We almost done. And it's just this article. So hopefully this shit has snapped back. Hopefully this shit has snapped back at some point. That is so crazy. I'm not seeing any drop frames. I'm not seeing no technical difficulties on my end whatsoever. But anyway, that was a little weird. I ain't gonna lie. That sounded like a little bit slavery. But I guess it's not slavery because she was room and board in exchange for working as a maid is all right, man. At 26, she married Percy Gregory and moved north to Gary, Indiana, where her husband took a good job with United States Steel. In the Illustrated History of Women's Golf, written by Rhonda Glenn, Gregory recalled how the Sanders had reacted. Quote, "They cried like babies. They said people in the North were so cold and I didn't deserve being treated like that. I said, Mrs. Sanders, you've prepared me very well for mistreatment." You see what I mean? Like, what is this? What is this? I don't like this. I don't like this. It seems like Shorty was like a pseudo slave as a kid, and like, because her parents died when she was 4. You feel me? And then her parents' bosses took her into the crib in exchange for room and board. She had to work as a maid. And then the white people get to crying when she gets, she finds a dude and gets married and moves up north, and they're crying like babies. And they're fronting like, yo, oh no, it's not that we missed the slave labor. It's just that the North is so cold and they're going to be so mean to you in Gary, Indiana. And Ann was like, Mrs. Sanders, you've prepared me very well for mistreatment. Like, the way you treated me while I was here, like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. You treated me like shit. That's what I'm getting from it. That's what I'm getting from it, and I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. Is it hashtag fuck the Sanders? Let me know in the chat. I know y'all can't see me, but let me know if it's fuck the Sanders in the chat, man. I don't know. This shit making me feel, this shit, got a funny feeling about these people. What does that mean? You've prepared me very well for mistreatment. Very skeptical. Let me finish this article so I can go to bed. Nah. I don't like that shit. Gregory soon became a well-known and well-liked figure in her new community, helping to cater functions at local colleges and volunteering on church committees and civic charity drives. So, okay, she was known as a caterer. I want y'all to know that I'm still staying on theme. I don't want y'all to think I just started randomly talking about a random golfer. Like, she was legitimately a caterer, but she was just dynamite at golfing. But anyway, further testifying to her growing popularity and profile in the city was her appointment as the first Black American on Gary's formerly all-white public library board. In addition to work, family, and civic functions, Gregory, a natural athlete in her teens, somehow found time to learn tennis. Damn, she killing it at tennis too. She built a powerful serve and volley game that won her the Gary City Championship. So she a championship golfer and a championship tennis player. Oh man. In 1943, she took up golf, joining the nearby Chicago Women's Golf Association, an all-black organization that played at several regional public courses. I'm so wait, I'm froze. The screen, y'all can still see the screen scroll? What the hell happened to me? Why I gotta look goofy? I mean, I'm glad because I don't want the screen to be froze either, but this is insane. Oh, that's why. The camera went out for some reason. Why did the camera go out? Hold on. That's so crazy. I'm over here bugged out like, yo, what happened? Why is the camera like this? Hold on. Damn, and where it froze, that look like I ain't got no teeth and shit, man. Hold on. Are we back now? Can y'all see me now? All right. Golly. What the hell was that? It just randomly froze. Like, what the hell? That was crazy. Can y'all see me now? Because I can see me now. Am I moving? You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my Lil' Kim shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Jeez. All right. Listen, we ain't about to go too crazy about Miss Ann Gregory. You feel me? I don't know what happened, Markel. That was some weird ass shit. They just like turned my camera off. They done turned the camera off. Did I touch a button or something like that? That shit was wicked. Yeah. So when it's time to do Black American sports, huh? When we do Black American sports, we'll finish up on Ann Gregory. It's clearly this is more about her being a golfer than anything else. So let's move on up. What's what we got? Markel, man, I'm trying to tell you, they be trying to take me under, man. They be trying to take me under. So I tell you, the bots and everything. My Ethernet cord stopped working. We on a Wi-Fi and a prayer. I don't like that. Says here, Negro caterer made first ice cream. That's what it says to me. That's what it said in 1928. What y'all see? Y'all see the same thing? Seems to me that a black man created ice cream. Ain't that what they say? Am I tripping? Am I lying? Ain't that what they say? And then say a black man created ice cream? Now, before you go and run onto the timeline, okay, let's read the article first. All right. Topeka, Kansas. The world lived without ice cream until 1832, when Augustus Jackson, a Negro caterer in Philadelphia, made the first dish of it partly by accident, according to the Caterers Weekly. That's crazy. Caterers Weekly? If that newspaper was brought today, they would just think the whole newspaper is full of lies. Like, it's just Caterers Weekly, Liars Weekly. But anyway, For a time, he enjoyed the monopoly of its sale and had no difficulty in selling all he could. For a time, he enjoyed the monopoly of its sale and had no difficulty in selling all he could make at $1 a quart. After his death, his daughter continued the business, but with all of the but with all the members of the Jackson family working, they were unable to meet the demand for this favorite American dish, and gradually other confectioners and caterers took it up. Of later years, the habit has spread to Europe. Now, I looked this up. Okay, I looked this up. They were talking about how like ice cream has been around since like the 6th century or some shit like that. But it's like, you know, like the modern way that we enjoy ice cream. I think it came from Augustus Jackson. Sorry. I think it comes from Augustus Jackson. I ain't really giving a fuck too much about to argue about it. You feel me? But we can't Google him. I Googled him as I prepared for this episode to make sure he was a real, I'm not going to say make sure he was a real person, but see if there was some type of something to corroborate it. So let's get to it. Yeah, there we go. Already don't like it. It's AI pictures. Already don't like that shit. That shit is nasty. But this looks like to be him here. This looks like, yeah, this looks like him. This is what they're claiming is him. The father of ice cream. Iced cream. Let's see what this says. It was an African-American candy confection from Philadelphia. Jackson served as chef in London, a kitchen for 6 years. After working as, this is bad punctuation. After working as a White House chef in the 1820s, Augustus Jackson invented new recipes and a better technique for making ice cream. That's what I heard. Like, he innovated ice cream. You feel me? Wikipedia gonna let us know. They're gonna let us know. Ice cream maker, confectioner from Philly. So he did all of that shit that the little the little graphic said about him. Sorry, y'all, I'm getting sleepy. You know what I'm saying? Jackson worked as a chef in the White House from 1817 to 1837. He cooked for United States presidents James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, and Andrew Jackson. Okay. After leaving the White House, Jackson moved to Philadelphia and created his own successful catering business. He developed ice cream flavors, which he packaged in tin cans and distributed to other ice cream parlors in Philly. Jackson eventually became one of the city's wealthiest residents at the time. Now known as the father of ice cream, Jackson is said to have pioneered some of its modern manufacturing methods in the United States, namely the practice of adding salt to the ice. Although mentions of salt and ice being used is mentioned as early as 1711 by English cookbook author Mary Eels in her book Mrs. Mary Eels' Receipts. Additionally, Jackson developed techniques to control the custard while it was freezing. There is no evidence that Jackson patented any of his recipes or techniques. His ice cream flavors, techniques, and recipes are no longer documented. Shocker. By 1928, an article in Caterers Weekly attributed to Jackson the title of the first to make modern ice cream. Yeah, I'm going with Caterers Weekly. Man. I ain't about to argue with you folks. Like, it's catering. Like, it's food. This is what Black Americans do, G. Like, if I was a betting man, I think Augustus was telling the truth. So that was Augustus. Negro caterer, made first ice cream. In true Hotep history fashion, we gotta get nosy, see what else they got for us. What else we got? Lessons in English, words often misused. Do not say I can't go without I have my coat. Say unless I have. Words often misspelled: abysmal, S not Z, tranquility, 2 L's. Words often mispronounced: dairy, pronounced diary. and as day, I as in it. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Synonyms: letter, note, epistle, missive, correspondence. Ooh, I like that. Use a word 3 times and it is yours. Let us increase our vocabulary by mastering 1 word a week. Here we go. Interminable. Having no limit or end. The long hours of waiting seemed interminable. Interminable. Oh, I like that. Oh, what? Lonely girl, a suicide, carrying Chicago. It's always Chicago. Carrying to her grave an unrequited love and believing herself a failure. Laura Mae Collins, 20, swallowed carbolic acid at her home here Monday afternoon. And despite efforts of physicians to save her, died at Wilson Hospital 6 hours later. Jeez. Come on, Laura. How are you a failure at 20? Is unrequited love? Is that like somebody like? Is that like the relationship didn't work out or some shit like that? Is that what that means? Okay, $10,000 gets $10,000 love bomb. What is the hell? Mrs. Sarah Foster was awarded $10,000 damages against Miss Mabel Carter, whom she claimed stole the love of her husband, Cornelius D. Foster. And a letter exhibited in court alleges to have been written by Miss Carter. She said, "I still have the rose, which like its giver has not lost its fragrance." Wow, you could do that? Wow. This is crazy. Wait, the white church is stumbling back to the cross. It was the white church that blazed the path of the slaveholder when he sought justification for human bondage. It was the white church that instituted Jim Crow in the matter of serving God. It was the white church that looked on complacently and satisfied while the slaveholders made 1 million concubines out of slave mothers whose faces were black. The white church looked on while the slaveholder and his son sold his own blood back into slavery, getting back. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the same shit. Shorty killed us. Yo. Moving on. I'm not even about to do it. Getting back beyond the day that the slaves landed here, the white church justified the traffic of slave traders on the west coast of Africa by the allegation that they were being brought here to be, quote, Christianized. In those early years, the slaves who had sense enough to declare his belief in Christianity was granted manumission. It was in this manner that the white church threw a cloak of righteousness around the slave trader in human bondage. But too many blacks in those days began to profess Christianity, whether they possessed it or not, and likewise, too many slaveholders began to miss their valuable assets via the confessional. The rule was gradually changed. The rule was gradually changed to take away the crafty slave right to pray. This is accounted for in the song "Steal Away to Jesus." Yeah, that was like some 125th shit right there, boy. Sorry, I was inclined to talk. I was inclined to get my shit off. I don't even know what this article is about. I just seen the white church in bold letters. Oh. Okay. White people are beginning to open their eyes. Got you. Okay. We're done being nosy. Is that all? We got one last one. Let's get into it. Very clean. I love when I get a nice clean newspaper. This one was properly preserved. There's no rips. There's no marks. This is just a beautifully preserved newspaper. I love this. Yeah, I ain't gonna like that at the bottom, but we gonna get to it. We are not reading this whole thing. Don't even. Oh shit! Y'all know how I get. Am I gonna read this whole thing? Damn. I ain't gonna lie. I might read this whole thing. Y'all know how I get. So we got Negro company dominates catering field. Where we at in time? May 18th, 1929. 1929. William Newman has built largest catering business in the country. So William Newman, let's see if we can 1929. Let's see if we can find something on him. No, they just got nothing but the whites there. Yeah, they ain't got nothing. Damn, like Google don't even got nothing. They brought a Walt Disney. I don't even know how that works. So of course, no, can't Google these people. You can't Google Hotep history. I be trying to tell niggas that shit, son. You gotta go into the archives to really fuck with Hotep history, son. There ain't no Google. You might be able to Google some people here and there, son, but you gotta really you gotta dig. You gotta dig through the archives. Nobody was about to tell you about William Newman except President Hotep, or you if you so choose to search. Let's get to this shit because we gotta go to bed. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Let's go. In no other city do people cater to the appetite as here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has been coming up a lot. Hold on. Crystal said they said something about Lottie. What they say? Oh, Lonnie Johnson, here's the lowdown moaner doing big time blues, sings lowland moan. I'm so tired of living all alone, man. We gonna get to that little minstrel cartoon. I seen it. All right, come on. So Philadelphia comes up a lot. So let's see. In no other city do people cater to the appetite as here in Philadelphia. I think that at some time or another, a colony of the disciples of Caterers must have migrated to the pleasant shores of the Old South River and here established the standard for culinary delights in the New World. Be that as it may, it is certain that Negro cooks have long delighted the gustatory fancy of the first families of the Quaker City. Perhaps the original ones of the kitchen clan were imported by the Epicureans, and that appetites and recipes were inherent in the descendants of both. We know that for hundreds of years, the best chefs in our Solomon city have been Negroes. Say that again. We know that for hundreds of years, the best chefs in our somnolent city has been Negroes. Period. Philadelphia, centuries, Negroes, caterers, chefs. Okay? Nationally known. In the world of food caterers, the names of Augustine and Baptiste Trower, we've read about him, right? John Holland, Rogers, Dutrioli, James, and Brown have been ones to conjure up visions of stewed snapper, fried chicken, roast turkey, and their attendant trimmings. There are as many Hollands in the J.W. Holland Catering Company as there are turtles in the mock turtle soup. Okay, I guess they're just saying that there's not any or not many. Got it. The sole owner of the plant is nameless to his public, but nevertheless is a, quote, still strong man in this blatant land. His name is William Newman. He hates publicity and has never been known to have a photograph made. Oh, so we don't know about him for a reason. Okay, got you. Use a low profile nigga, sell for $1, buy for $1, sell for $2 type nigga. Got you. Out the way. Just want to get my money. I fuck with it. I fuck with you already, Newman. Just get your money and get out the way. Got you. He hates publicity and has never been known to have a photograph made. The only way he has been pictured is in a group. He is a doer and not a talker. Interviewing him is one of the hardest jobs I can. Newman is a doer. Mr. Newman seeks no publicity for himself and really feels that others in his organization are more worthy of featuring than he is. But the story of what he has done should be an inspiration to all of us to work a little harder, fight a little stronger, and climb a little higher. That's what I'm saying. 1929. Keep in mind, 1929, this is being said. There's nothing showy about him. He's just an extremely busy man, eternally on the job. And what is his job? He tells me it is threefold. It is building character, men, and business. This is what I'm saying, man. Y'all know I get gassed off the ancestors, but let me keep going. He truly molds character because he is being importuned constantly to make room in his organization for this or that son or daughter whose parents feel that association with his people will do for their children what all other agencies have failed to accomplish. So now you got grown adults being like, yo, let my son work for you, let my daughter work for you. Come on, you the illest nigga. Come on, please. So yeah. And to all of them, he replies that his is no institution for incorrigibles and the like, but that he has a plant which seeks to develop the latent good in everyone as each one develops financially and physically. If they fit into his idea, we gotta go all the way back up, of service and profit morally as a side issue, so much the better, and he is highly pleased. And he builds men. If he employs if employees fail to live according to his discipline, he discharges them, but he has never yet told anyone that he would refuse to re-employ him. He proudly says that he numbers among his most loyal employees some who have been previously discharged from his service. I can tell you, when it came to me and Hev done fired me about 4 times and 5 times in the years that I worked for him. I done quit maybe like 2 or 3. Maybe reverse those numbers. He probably fired me about 3 times and I quit about 4 times. Either way, quitting and firing was happening with me and Hev. But I always came back and he always asked me to come back. It is what it is. Built business. He has built a business. 15 years ago, William Newman was an employee of the J.W. Holland Catering Company. Okay. Then in the decline of its business life, its owner, likewise, was on the borderland of his natural life. To him, Mr. Newman made a proposition to buy. The offer was accepted, and the new proprietor's friends thought he was crazy, of course. Here come the hate. Jeez. They told him that the catering business has seen its best days, that the new hotels and clubs would absorb the trade, which used to go to the colored men. They flatly refused to loan him $1 or extend any moral support. He had no credit. So not only was they hating, they don't want to help the nigga actually get along. Typical. Most of them have lived to regret what seemed like sound advice 15 years ago. Then he had a business worth $1,500, exclusive of the real estate at the address. 6 years later, he applied to a bank for a loan of $6,000. The directors asked for his statement when he returned to see if a loan had been voted him. An official said, "Mr. Newman, we have decided to loan you $10,000 instead of $6,000. Damn. All right. Let's see. The business grew and he bought the address at double the cost of his original house. Then he bought the next property at treble. Is that supposed to be triple? At treble the cost. Last summer he bought 114. This is right next door, right across the street, at the price in excess of $40,000. So son is up. This nigga is up. Let's see how up he is. And early in the year, a modern restaurant building was opened at 114. It costs $15,000, has a main dining room accommodating 200 and a banquet hall which will hold 300 comfortably. There are modern kitchens, refrigerating and ventilating systems, and its operation adds 20 persons to the Newman payroll. It was never the intention of Mr. Newman to enter the restaurant business, but the demands of his banquet patrons forced him to do it. They outgrew the buildings across the street, and the new unit is the answer. His holdings in the block are now assessed at over $200,000. Sammy, Sammy, where you at? 1929. 1929, 200,000. 200,000 in 1929. 200,000, 1929. Here we go. $40,000 motor fleet. So you can do 200,000 and 40,000. Substituting for the horse and wagon of the early days is now a motor fleet valued at $40,000. The 300 pieces of linen of then have the 300 pieces of linen of then have grown to 7,000 now. I don't even know. Niggas is just collecting linen? What does that mean? The gold. Do I keep going down? Oh, yeah, no. The gold. Okay, the gold and silverware stock is worth a big fortune and requires a special section and special care. A metallurgist and complete laboratory are part of the overhead for the proper conditioning of the precious metal tableware. What? This nigga had real gold and silverware, like really, really gold, like really, really silver, like for real, for real. That's fire. This man's sires is a genius in his line and has developed a carbon anode for gold plating. A battery of assorted buffers is electrically operated, and the largest of them speeds at 3,500 revolutions per minute. There are 22 employees in the kitchens of the main building, and plenty of yard space adds to the light, ventilation, and sanitation of this main cog of the business. Electric ice cream cabinets and differently temperature refrigerators serve their purpose. In the basement is an ice cream factory. Here also are the motors and pumps, which are part of the brine system of refrigeration for the boxes upstairs and down. It is a thoroughly modern thermostatic outfit with units adjustable to temperature for every purpose. One refrigerator is a storehouse for fresh fruits and fancy ice creams. This department also cold packs fruits for off-season uses. Bakery covers entire floor. A whole floor is devoted to the immense ovens and decorating rooms of the bakery. Here, every conceivable kind of cake and pastry is made. There is a carpenter shop where crates for dishes are fashioned, where tables and chairs are repaired and painted. A tailor looks after the uniforms, mending and presenting constantly so that the Holland crews are always spick and span. The walls of the China department are lined with a reserve stock of dishes sufficient for the requirements of a large hotel, and hundreds of crates are permanently packed for party work. And the same condition obtains with the glassware. This is fire. Oh, linens, duh, like tablecloths and shit, and the napkins and all that. Yo, son, y'all, this is how y'all know I'm tired. I'm sitting there like, linens, like what? Yeah, obviously, duh. You need all the tablecloths, the napkins, the shit that you wrap the goddamn silverware in and all of that shit. Oh, man. This nigga has a beautiful operation. A beautiful operation. This is crazy. And he did all of this and he didn't even want no clout. Sammy must have went to bed. We would have been got the figures by now. So let me just look at it real quick. He says his holdings, so his assets is worth this much. Okay, his assets. 1929. Oh, geez. 1929. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew it was going to be like 3-4 million. Yep. 3.7 million. Got it. All right, back to the article so we can finish up. Okay. Over 300 employees, 60 odd people run the main plant while 100 to 150 waiters are busy serving banquets. This number at the address includes stenographers, bookkeepers, accountants, clerks, bakers, cooks, butchers, machinists, waitresses, waiters, etc. Of himself, Mr. Newman will not talk. Yo, son, this is incredible. Like, he had everything. This nigga had tailors on site to make sure the uniforms was on point. This nigga, like, oh my goodness, man. The ancestors thought of everything. I'm sorry. Like, they thought of everything. They thought of everything. Okay, let's see. Of himself, Mr. Newman will not talk. He contends that people are interested in what he does, what he has done, and not in him as an individual. His life is wrapped up in his church and his business. His philosophy is that even if one does not believe in God or a hereafter, the principles of the Bible are the best code to live by. This is what I'm saying, man. I don't get it. What did I say? What did me and Memphis say? Bible, babies, and building. He said that. He's like, I don't even like to talk to these niggas. I don't even like to talk. Listen, y'all don't care about me. You care about this business. You care that I've been able to turn this shit into what I've turned it into. You're not worried about me. Said he contends that people are interested in what he has done and not in him as an individual. His life is wrapped up in his church and his business. That's it. I make my money. I pay my 10% to God, and then that's it. Like, I'm not worried about nothing else. You feel me? Newman, as a Southerner, he was born a Virginian, one of 15 children, of course, but was reared by a Quaker family in Philadelphia. He has roved the 7 seas and their adjoining continents in a life of adventure. He has been in train wrecks, has been lost at sea, and has endured every manner of human experience. Through it all, an inherent Christian spirit sustained him and saved him for the superb. Oh, there's more things to say. This nigga what do you mean? All right, so I don't know what you mean, Will. You can't do that. You can't have been shipwrecked and lost at sea and all types of train wreck. Like, you have an amazing life, G. What do you mean? You absolutely, I would want to know about your life, nigga. What's up? Okay. Gesture. He now makes in the world of business. Quote, when business is good, he says, all things succeed. Business must precede the professions, for the life of the country and of the world depend on trade. You feel me? Even the tribes of centuries ago existed by agriculture and bartering with one another. Now, when I said the 5 groups, let's remember the industrial, the commercial, the professional, the political, and the intellectual, right? He says it right here. He says, when business is good, all things succeed. Commercial. Business must precede the professions. For the life of the country and of the world depend on trade. Even the tribes of centuries ago, okay, existed by agriculture and bartering with one another. That's going to be your industrial and your commercial. You hear me? That was business in its crude form. Application means just as much or more than knowledge. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I told y'all the ancestors, a lot of them couldn't even read or write, but they could run a business. Application means just as much or more than knowledge. Of what use is a seed to you if you have no ground to plant it in? Come on now, Newman. Talk to him. And the man with rich ground will succeed better than the one with poor ground. Rich grounds was once poor ground, perhaps, and hard work made it fruitful. He ain't here preaching. That is what I'm trying to do here. Hard work has made this business what it is. Constant application has brought me a measure of success. Like creation, business knows no color line. The soil, electricity, all inanimate things will operate alike for white and black. So will business, but you must prove yourself worthy. This is what I be trying to tell y'all, man. That cake mixer or whatever it is, that shit gonna work. That's gonna twerk for you or a white man. It don't matter. That cutting board, that stove, that oven, the fire, all of that. That still is, all of that shit is inanimate. It does not matter. It does not have a respect of race. It's up to you to make that shit work. Yeah, man. See, the thing is, I love about this shit is that I never have to worry about the ancestors. Like, disappointing me. You feel me? Disagreeing for sure, but disappointing me? Never. Never. I didn't know what to think going into this article. All I read was Negro company dominates the catering field, which was like perfect for tonight's topic, right? Black American caterers and restaurateurs, right? William Newman, nigga didn't like pictures, he barely liked the press. I'm pretty sure if I did a deep dive in talking to look for him, this is probably the only interview he's ever done in his career. We find it, of course, in 2025 because we really like that when it comes to the archives. But it's like, yo, I never have to worry about industrious, ambitious ancestors being like, oh nah, we gotta wait on the white man. Oh nah, if racism is not out the way, then we're not gonna succeed. These niggas never talk like that. They never talk like that. They never say like, yo, once the white man learns to love us, we'll be rich. Or once racism goes away, we'll be rich. This nigga said, yo, them shits, yo, fuck the color line. The color line in an early 20th century context means segregation, race relations, and shit like that. That's what the color line is. Crossing the color line, blurring the color line. Like I've heard, like that's just a shorthand for, again, segregation and race relations during the early 20th century. Late 19th century, early 20th century, right? So when it comes down to this, anytime that you see a black American in the late 19th century or the early 20th century, specifically those two times, right? In those two eras, you're going to see them being like, yo, son, I don't give a fuck what is in the way. I don't care what racism, what barriers, what nothing. Like, nigga, if you really want it, you'll make it happen. And I'm trying to tell you, see, people be thinking that Christianity and all that other shit made like Negroes docile and shit. And it's not. It really just, it showed black Americans being like, yo, listen, if you are not adhering to this book, you're a wicked person. So all of the white people that are not adhering, claiming they Christians but not adhering to this book, you're wicked. I don't look at you as superior. I look at you as somebody who can't be disciplined enough to actually follow the religion you claim to believe in. That's why when we read that article talking about the white church and all of that shit, like, it was them being like, yo, y'all not really like that. Same thing with the Constitution. That's what black Americans ancestrally was on. The Constitution and the Bible. Even if you add in hoodoo, because I'm not divorcing hoodoo from the ancestors either. But even in that, all hoodoo is just African practices mixed with Christianity from a black American perspective. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like when it comes down to this shit, yo, your ancestors didn't let anything stop them from getting what they wanted. This is the reason why I don't not even victim narrative, but the paralyzed narrative doesn't resonate with me. That shit, sorry, I don't believe you. You niggas don't read enough. We just read a news article by the biggest Negro caterer in the country in 1929, and all we read was, yo, this is what I did. This is what's possible. This is what I'm going to continue to do. This is where my beliefs lie. All of that. And literally the last thing that he talked about was race. Literally a blurb. We read this whole shit. You ain't see him mention white people not one time. I think he talked about the Quakers or some shit like that or whatever, because the Quakers were anti-slavery and shit like that. And Pennsylvania, that was one of the reasons why Pennsylvania didn't even have slavery for that long and shit like that. But anyway, outside of that, his whole shit was like, yo, like creation, business knows no color line. That's all he mentioned when it came down to race. Like creation, business knows no color line. That's it. Get to it. So that is the reason why we read the ancestors directly. This is a primary source, ladies and gentlemen. We do primary sources every episode for a reason. All tonight was primary sources, except the Anne Gregory website. And technically it was primary source because it was just from the actual, faction that actually hired her and had her play those championships in golf. But we'll talk about sports another night. Hey, y'all, listen. While I have y'all here, yes, make sure you are subscribing to the Patreon. You feel me? Come on through to the Patreon. Patreon.com/Hotep History. We got this fire documentary out. We just dropped this morning. You don't want to miss it. The feud between Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It is more spicier than you think. It's deeper than you think. And I want to know what you guys think about it. Not to mention, we have the spoiler alert section, okay, for Gilded Age. All you people that are going to have a conversation with me about Gilded Age, understand that I am not giving a single spoiler warning one time in that discussion. If you want to be a part of the Gilded Age discussion, please understand that I'm just going to be talking freely. I'm literally rewatching season 1 through 3 so I can be fresh, have my notes fresh, so we can have a good conversation about it. I will largely be focusing on the Black American narratives of Gilded Age. While I respect the Russells and the Van Ryns and, you know, the other storylines, they are absolutely dope. I want to keep it focused on the Scotts and the T. Thomas Fortunes and the Booker T. Washingtons, et cetera, because those are going to be the ones that, you know, are going to be more relevant and prevalent to Hotep history. So thank you guys. Make sure you're subscribing to the Patreon. Subscribe to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep history. All of these things that I'm talking about will be on Patreon. I want to make sure that I'm serving my Patreon subscribers to the utmost of my ability. Thank you guys again for tapping into another episode of Hotep History Live. I have been your host, President Hotep Dubes. And as always, I was wondering why I'm not live on Twitter no more, but it ended 15 minutes ago. As always, y'all, you can't have the future without the present, and you can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can positively what? Affect our future. Let's see. Let's get to the last chats. Markel says, bro was really playing 5D chess in his time. That's a fact. Crystal says, if minding the business that pays you was a man. Correct. Markel also says, Deacon Newman preaching. Correct. Cliff says, Newman is a guy after my own heart. Please God, hustle, grind, and say less. Let others lift you up. Let others lift up your credentials. Absolutely. All right. Markel with the praying hands. Salute. Crystal says, I'm on season 3. Going to be ready for the conversation. Absolutely. Bring your theories. Okay. Bring your conclusions and also bring your predictions for season 4. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I actually can. So it's all good. So that's what I'm saying. Bring your theories. Cause I got some theories. Okay. Cause I'm not liking certain things, but we gonna get to it. You understand? So, yeah, bring your theories, bring your conclusions, and bring your predictions for season 4. I want to hear you guys, man. Y'all have a good night, man. I am tired. I am tired. So you guys have a good one. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Tomorrow, tonight and through tomorrow, you'll be able to vote for the next topic.